Okay, Mayor, we're ready.
Thank you very much. Good late afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The date is July 7th, 2020. We'll have the city clerk take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua will be joining us shortly. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perello.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum, and the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, June 25th.
Thank you very much. And we have an appointment item here at 5 p.m. and that's under item B of page 1 of the agenda. And item 1, it's under the fire department. The subject is an update on expanded COVID-19 testing. The recommendation is that the City Council receive a joint presentation from the California State Assembly member Jackie Irwin, Dr. David Hayes Batista, and Oxnard Fire Department regarding the overview of COVID-19 testing in the city of Oxnard. And we'll start with the Chief of Police, Fire Chief, Darwin Bass.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. It's actually Alex Hamilton, the Assistant Fire Chief, that will be presenting this evening.
Thank you.
And very proud to be standing in front of you this evening to talk about the antibody testing that we have been doing recently. In addition to Assembly Member Jackie Owen and Dr. Hayes Batista, we also have Dr. Todd Larson, who's the Medical Director for our paramedic program, that will be joining us and speaking as well. Before we start the presentation tonight, very quickly, I would just like to acknowledge the Oxnard Fire Department's EMS coordinator, Jaime Villa. Jaime has done just phenomenal work since this pandemic started. He's arguably done more for the staff of this city and our residents than possibly anyone else in terms of keeping us safe and keeping us ahead of the curve when it comes to this pandemic. So I just want to acknowledge Jaime's efforts. And we on the PowerPoint, please? I was going to go straight to the presentation. She was going to speak.
Alex, it was on the screen earlier.
We've seen it. There we go.
Fantastic, thank you. As the Mayor mentioned, we are going to be talking about the antibody testing that the Fire Department has been collaborating with a number of community partners over the last couple of months. And so, to talk a little bit about the background of this endeavour, initially we were looking at the prevalence in our first responder community, and just making sure that our personal protective equipment, or we'd get a measure of how well our personal protective equipment is working, and if there had been much asymptomatic transmission. The research tells us that anywhere up to 25% of COVID-positive patients actually have symptoms so mild or are completely asymptomatic they don't know that they actually have COVID. So that was one of the things that we initially wanted to look at. In addition, we wanted to understand better our more vulnerable populations within the city of Oxnard. So looking at some of those, the medically underserved, and then also other essential workers have had to stay working through this entire pandemic. Farm workers, grocery store workers, etc. So initially, when we first started down this road, the department purchased a rapid test that was a finger prick test. Our initial goal was to sort of do some real-time testing of our firefighters and first responders if and when they were getting exposed. And that was that cartridge-based antibody test. And initially our collaboration with St. John's lab was they had volunteered to be able to validate those cartridge tests. And so essentially they'd offered to use blood from COVID-positive patients that were being treated within the hospital to ensure that our cartridge test was valid. From that, we actually we ended up, that was sort of the beginning of our partnership, I guess. And then St. John's Regional Medical Centre had an existing relationship with Abbott Labs. Abbott reached out to St. John's, who then in turn reached out to the Oxnard Fire Department, offering free antibody tests. So we initially requested 5,000 tests with our goal to test all first responders in the county, plus start working, looking at testing other vulnerable populations that I'd already mentioned. And after the initial successful first responder testing, Abbott Labs actually came back and made an additional 45,000 tests available for our community testing. And so those tests, we've now been out in the community for a number of weeks. And at this point, I think I'd like to introduce Dr. Todd Larson to say a few words. Dr. Larson serves as the Oxnard Fire Department's Medical Director for our paramedic program. He's also an ER physician with St. John's Regional Medical Centre. He's the Chair and Assistant Medical Director for the Department of Emergency Medicine for St. John's Regional Medical Centre here in Oxnard, as well as St. John's Pleasant Valley Hospital. He also serves as the Medical Director for Carp Summerlin Fire Department, Santa Barbara County Fire Department, and Ventura College Paramedic Program. Dr. Larson, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you everybody for having me. I apologize, I'm at the ER at the moment. So I've been very excited to be part of this. Jaime actually came to me with this idea. I would not at all say that this was my idea, about getting into the community and trying to look at communities that were at highest risk for COVID-19 with antibody testing to help assess the risk and give us some information about what is happening in our communities to better respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Abbott test is one of those tests that it was not initially desirable to us because it was a blood test, but after looking at the reliability of the fingerprint test, we decided that we wanted to go with a much more accurate testing regimen. So the Abbott test, the BioRad test, and a few of the other tests have very high sensitivity and specificity, allowing us to both rule out patients and rule in patients to having antibodies very efficiently. And so we chose Abbott because they approached us with a number of tests, and we kind of were able to get together this team partnership between St. John's, Oxnard City, as well as Ventura City and Ventura County. Ultimately, after Jackie Irwin had come to us with the idea of getting a study. I apologize, I'm getting multiple phone calls at the same time on my same device that I'm talking to you on. I apologize. So it has been very, very difficult to get this program going, but Oxnard has been amazing in responsiveness. We've been able to build a HIPAA protected database, been able to get into the field with iPads and other portable computers in order to register people and get them drawn. We've had a bunch of outreach to different communities at higher risk, and it has been an expensive undertaking. Jackie, I believe, is going to get into more details about the study that we went through, but it has been an immense undertaking, and the team has been incredible. And I'm sorry I'm getting distracted right and left here with phone calls and other people disturbing me. So I'm going to back out. If anyone has questions for me, I'll try to stick around.
Dr. Larson, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Dr. Larson is actually on duty in the ER at St. John's Pleasant Valley Hospital this evening, so hence he's a little distracted. As you can imagine, he's quite busy in the ER at the moment. So some of the things that Dr. Larson just discussed, I'll just go into in a little bit more detail, but once we had these tests, we really needed to create a platform to be able to conduct the testing and then get results to people in a way that protected people's privacy, but also was done in a very timely fashion. And I have to say that Oxnard's GIS staff, Mike Schaefer and his staff, did incredible work. I think it took them about 3 days, possibly 4 days, to put together a HIPAA-compliant data platform. They actually built it over a weekend, and come Monday the following week, they actually had the Google security team try and break their platform, and they were unable to do that. It's a very secure system that they're able to put together, and simply the way it works is when people come in for testing, they provide us either an email address or a phone number. I think email address is the preferred method, and then they receive a barcode, and that barcode is tied to their sample, so that once their sample is analysed by the lab, the results go into the database, and then that database actually sends an email to the individual telling them their results are ready for a pickup, and they can click on the link, they type in their last name and their barcode number, and they're able to get their results. For the first responder agencies that we tested, there is a representative from each one of those agencies that also gets to see the results, simply because it's an infectious disease, and that falls in line with the designated officer protocols set forth by OSHA here in California. In addition, we had to be able to conduct this testing, the Oxnard Fire Department received special permission from the state to change the scope of practice for our paramedics so that they're allowed to draw the blood samples. It is something that they can do. Obviously, they are able to administer drugs, but it was something that we wanted to make sure we had clarity from the state before we move forward. The state gave us that permission almost immediately. In addition, though, we've also used licensed phlebotomists and nurses from around the county to assist us in drawing the samples. So our early efforts in putting this together, we sort of beta tested our platform and the testing process on Oxnard Police and Fire personnel, and we actually tested pretty much all the personnel of the fire and police departments over a 3-day period. So it showed us that the system was scalable and could cope with larger numbers. And so the program was built in such a way that we could hand the process off to others to conduct the testing. And so for the other first responder agencies, so Ventura County Fire Department and Ventura City Fire Department both conducted their own testing for their personnel. Ventura City tested, they helped test not only their own fire personnel, the police personnel, state lifeguards, a number of others. So in total, we actually have had 22 first responder agencies throughout the county participate in our testing. We've tested 1,870 responders, and so far we've had 19 positives from those that responder testing, which gives us about a 1% prevalence for the disease here in the responder community in Ventura County, which tells us a couple of things. One, that our personal protective equipment is very effective at protecting our personnel, but also obviously we are a long way from any kind of herd immunity for this virus. And so at this point, I would like to introduce State Assembly Member Jackie Irwin from the 44th District. That includes Ventura County and a large part of Oxnard. Jackie Irwin will talk a little bit more about the collaboration that we have with UCLA and CLU. Jackie?
You're muted.
Thank you. Boy, I keep making that mistake. So thanks, Alex, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. Thank you for inviting me here this evening. I have to tell you, it is very cool to be a part of this collaborative effort. Alex and his team, Mike Schaefer, Dr. Larson, Blair, and Jaime are incredibly innovative. They have this great can-do attitude. I mean, they're truly phenomenal. So very early on in this pandemic, Vanessa Bechtel from the Community Foundation and Eric Went from Matter Labs and I discussed the promise of antibody testing in figuring out who had COVID, who was still vulnerable, who might have protection, how long that protection might last, who might be able to donate plasma to help hospitalized patients get better. And it became kind of our obsession. We helped the county obtain an accurate antibody test early on. That was back when they were in very high demand and there were very many fly-by-night companies providing them. And it turns out we were working kind of in parallel with Oxnard Fire and St. John's and didn't even know it. So I was talking to Matthew Finnup from CLU about the possibility of doing a study, and he immediately understood the importance of understanding antibodies, and he brought in two great doctors from UCLA that he worked with on his study on the Latino economic impact. And later I spoke to Alex, and it was clear that everybody from the Oxnard side and the academic side and others were interested not only in figuring out what the prevalence was in Ventura County in general, but also what the prevalence was in vulnerable groups like farm workers. And we've certainly heard the stories over the last few weeks, the homeless and seniors. We wanted to be able to use that information gleaned from doing antibodies studies, testing to inform policy and add to the general knowledge pool about COVID. So 2 weeks ago, we started a countywide effort, and it was, if you saw what was happening, it was truly phenomenal. The county itself set up 10 sites throughout the city. The city of Oxnard tested Oxnard, and Ventura tested in Ventura, and we had an unbelievable amount of interest. In many of the locations, people waited for hours to get tested. We finished that part, and right now, as part of the study, a postcard's been sent out to 300 random homes in Oxnard, and we're trying to get those folks tested. So if you have a postcard, make sure to go to one of the 2 sites or call the number on the card. Everyone that has the card will be getting a gift as they give their blood. And I will turn it over to the next person, but I do want to tell the council that you have just amazing people working for you, and you should be very proud.
Jackie, thank you so much for those words. Just as we pull the presentation back up, and before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to let the council know there are 2 slides that have been added to this slide deck that were not included in the original agenda packet. Dr. Hayes Bautista requested that we add these 2 slides, and I think they're important to the conversation. But before I go on, I will introduce Dr. David Hayes Bautista. He's a distinguished professor of medicine in the Division of General Internal Medicine and also director of the Center for the Study of Latino Health and Culture at David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA. He also holds a secondary appointment in the Fielding School of Public Health, Department of Health Policy and Management. Dr. Hayes Bautista, just let me know when you'd like to move the slides forward.
Yes, could you bring up the next slide? We are going to be releasing a report this Thursday, but the information, I think, provided such a wonderful context for this great effort here in Ventura County that I wanted to share it. So these are embargoed until Thursday morning. But here's what we've been looking at. We've been following the coronavirus COVID pandemic since the beginning. And in particular, since the beginning, we've noticed different populations seem to have different patterns. What we're going to be releasing this Thursday starts with this slide, where we're looking at the case rate, the increase in case rate. That's the number of positive cases per 100,000 population between Memorial Day. Doesn't seem that long ago, does it? Between Memorial Day and the 4th of July. And as we look at the state of California, starting over at the left, the number of Asian cases, well, the Asian case rate increased by 59.9%. During that same period, The case rate amongst Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander increased by 72.6%. In the non-Hispanic white population, the case rate increased by 88.1%. In the Black population, 88.9%. I'm sorry, 89.8%. And in the Latino population, 147%. This is important because you may remember around about towards the end of May, it appeared that we had flattened the curve, and some hospitals even getting ready to disband their COVID units, thinking, well, the surge never really hit. Maybe we dodged a bullet. Things happened, and suddenly we're in the surge. And I call this actually sort of the 1.5 wave. It's not the second wave. This is still part of the first wave. And there has been an incredible increase, almost doubling between Memorial Day and 4th of July. Can I have the next slide, please? There's only two. And this will not be on the final, okay? No test. So here we have the actual case rates by population, starting over on the left with Asian. The crosshatch bar is on Memorial Day. That rate for the Asian population was 113.7. And by 4th of July, that's only about 5.5, 6 weeks difference, up to 181.8. Native Hawaiian, and this has been a real outlier population, started at 437 cases per 100,000, went up to 754. Non-Hispanic white population from 98 cases per 100,000 at Memorial Day to 185 cases. Black African American from 167.9 to 318, and Latino from 230 up to 570. So far from having dodged a bullet, I'm not quite sure what image we could use, but it's coming right at us. And luckily, this study is occurring at the right time, in the right place, with the right population, for the entire country to learn a lot about how COVID operates with diverse multicultural populations. And we're going to have, I think, one of the country's best samples, one of the country's best studies. There will be another pandemic in about 5 to 6 years. The whole point is let's learn what we can from this one so that we're better prepared next time. Thank you very much. That's all I have to report.
Dr. Hayes-Bautista, thank you so much for those words. So the study that we are undertaking with guidance from UCLA and CLU academic researchers and experts are looking at 4 concepts. And so first of all, it's overall disease prevalence, which is the basic results from the testing, but also the impacts of COVID-19 to targeted subpopulations that you can see listed there, looking at primarily the medically underserved. We're also looking at a longitudinal study, so we're going to be looking at how the antibodies stay in your system over time. We have had some of the folks that were diagnosed early with COVID-19, we've actually seen their antibodies level drop over time. We're not quite sure what that means yet, but that's one of the things that we're looking at is how long those antibodies stay in their system. And when I say the antibodies have dropped over time, it's a ratio of antibodies compared to all the other antibodies that somebody has in their system. And then last, we are now doing something of a validation study. So we have a collaboration also with the Ventura County Healthcare Agency. They also received some antibody tests. And so we are now, any of our samples that come back positive for antibodies, we're actually sending to the public health lab so they can run it through the antibody tests that they have. And then we're also sending a certain sample of tests to them to validate our testing and validate the 2 different tests, which will also help, as Dr. Hayes-Bautista mentioned, it will help us with this study and the study group over time. So the testing that we're doing, it's free to the public. I wanted to let council know that the tests that we received from Abbott Lab are worth about $350,000. That amount of money was actually paid for by the state. St. John's Regional Medical Centre is analysing the samples essentially as a community service. And then we're obviously leveraging community partnerships to help provide testing locations, people to help draw those blood samples. So we've been able to keep the testing free to anyone that wants to take it. Dr. Larson, who you heard speak earlier, he's actually been providing, he's calling any of the positive tests, he's been following up individually with each one of those to make sure that they've got the support they need and can answer any questions that they might have. We do provide family testing to anyone that tests positive to see if COVID-19 moves through the family as well as that individual. And then one of the positives that come out of this is that anyone that does test positive for COVID-19 antibodies can actually donate their blood, and then our medical personnel can actually use that. They call it convalescent plasma, and they can actually use that to help people that are very sick with COVID-19. And so I'll actually give you a little bit of an update since this slide was produced, so I can give you a little bit more information. So as of yesterday, we had taken 10,136 samples, and so far we've had 136 positives, which means that our prevalence is only 1.3%, and so the prevalence in the general community is just a little bit higher than our responder community. There is a bullet there that talks about oversampling. So the oversampling is we have just been opening test sites to whoever would like to come. What we're going to be focused on over the next month is making sure that we get a good representation of those populations we mentioned earlier, the medically underserved, nursing homes, essential workers, those kinds of things. We will continue testing through at least the end of July with more large-scale testing in the fall because we want to see how the prevalence of the disease has changed over time. And so I wanted to reassure the council and the public that this process and this antibody testing that we've been doing has not cost us a lot of money. The UCLA CLU study is actually being funded with money from the Ventura County Community Foundation. They've contributed $130,000 towards this effort. And then the total cost to the fire department budget for everything that we've done so far after all the grants have been paid for is about $2,500. So we've actually been able to do this very cheaply. We have satisfied an enormous public interest in whether or not people have antibodies. But I think past that, we've created some really neat partnerships within our community. So with that, I'd like it to open up to any questions. I do have Jaime Villa, our EMS coordinator here, as well as I believe Jackie Owen and Dr. Hayes Bautista are still on the line.
Thank you very much for that outstanding presentation. And we do have at least one speaker for now, and that's Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank UCLA and Dr. Bautista for your report. Chief Hamilton, Dr. Larson, and of course our Assemblywoman, Jackie Irwin. I had the quote unquote pleasure of having a test, my blood sample taken from by Jaime Villa, who did a wonderful job. So I'm pretty squeamish and I didn't faint. So I appreciate that. And thanks for everybody's great work. My question is that this is showing that people have had the virus and have recovered, correct? The antibody. It doesn't really show that it doesn't show that a person's immune. Is that correct?
Can I take that?
Yes, please.
So yes, that is entirely correct. So what we derive from this is whether somebody's been exposed and whether they have fought off the virus. We do not know, mostly because we just don't have the science to know. We haven't had the time to do the studies. We do not know at this time whether it confers immunity or more likely at least provides some protection. We can't adequately know that until we've had people reinfected with disease, which, as you can imagine, there's not a huge line of people out there to do that. At this point, we can say is that the coronavirus does mutate quite quickly. Coronaviruses in general mutate quite quickly. And similar to the seasonal flu, just because you've had it once doesn't mean you can't have it again. However, you usually have some cross protection. And there is a great deal of hesitance to compare this to the flu because it's a different virus and acts differently. But some of the things that we learned from influenza are very applicable to this disease process. And so I would say that no, it does not say that you're immune. It does, however, suggest that you probably would be able to fight off a second infection with more vigor than you did initially.
Just to follow up, we see that this city has the largest numbers, and they seem to be concentrated in South Oxnard, which is understandable because that's a very a low-income part of town, a lot of farm workers, a lot of overcrowding, and essential workers. So will there be any specific focus on our essential workers, or is this still going to be pretty random? Maybe
we have.
You could say that. Okay.
One of the objects of this study is to oversample any population at risk, which is especially low socioeconomic status in areas such as field work. We had several discussions with a couple of the larger farms in order to draw their workers at this time. Those have been stalled somewhat, but we are still pursuing them. So that is the plan to get into those populations.
Yeah, and if I could just add on to Dr. Larson's comments, we are, over the next month, we are looking to do more testing, and we are working with community groups in the South End to figure out how we can best reach communities that seem to be more heavily impacted by the COVID-19 virus.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Are there any additional questions by members of the City Council?
Yes.
Councilman Perrello.
Thank you very much, doctors and Ms. Irwin. A question with respect, and I'm sure you said it, the sampling was drawn across what area? What geographic area was your sampling drawn across?
So the randomized sampling that we did here in Oxnard was we did a group of 300 here in Oxnard, and so that was a randomized sampling. That's who got the postcards to show up at the antibody testing site. Other than that, we have opened up our testing sites across the county, and we've just allowed essentially anyone to show up and get tested. And so that's where we're now going to start doing some of this oversampling, and that will be primarily targeting Oxnard residents.
The charts, the two charts that were added that the doctor described, those were based on the sampling here, or they're based on a larger area?
Well, those are state level samples.
Okay.
Well, not samples, actually, it's the entire universe of all those that are reported. So that's the state level. And we've also been looking at LA County, and we see similar patterns in LA County. Oxnard has, or Ventura has a somewhat different population mix. It's primarily non-Hispanic, white, and Latino. So it's hard to get enough numbers with smaller populations to do meaningful statistics with them. But this random sampling is going to pick up the low income, the farm workers, et cetera. And part of the problem is sampling is very difficult, very expensive, and very time consuming. So we're mini-maxing which population probably is being left out of most studies, and it's precisely that population in Oxnard.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the scientific part of you guys doing what you're doing and the information to benefit not just currently, but what's coming in the future as you described. Again, thank you. I had the opportunity to have a blood draw at the fire department of Oxnard, painless, quick. If you get an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of it. The second question is, it was identified 10,136, and we had 136 positives, and that those positives are able to donate blood. How many of those 136 have come back to donate blood for your use?
So we don't keep tabs on that. It's a separate organization that they're referred to. I have not heard back from them. I do know that some have gone. Some actually specifically got the test because they knew they had COVID and wanted to make sure that they had antibodies before they were donated.
Okay, because I will tell you, I probably was told, but I took the test. I have not heard if I was positive, negative, whatever. So if I am, I'll donate the blood and give it there and give a shot at it. Again, thank you very much. The graphs that you show, one thing that I would suggest, certain populations are a lot more mobile than others. And if it takes one or two people from a specific population that's a lot more mobile and they can move, you can transmit this stuff. In your opinion, I'm asking for an opinion. Are face masks, I know that there's a rule from the state. Do you feel that they're worthwhile, or it's just, as some people like to say, fake science? I'm looking for two doctors to make an opinion on this, please, because there's a lot of people that are in the second group.
You'll notice I'm wearing one at work.
I do.
We wear them at UCLA.
Thank you very
What's
much. I
wrong,
appreciate that. I appreciate that. And again, thank you, Mayor, for this. But again, thank you for the work you're doing in the Oakland Fire Department, everybody involved. Time and money well used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council Member Lopez.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the presentation and all the collaboration amongst the different entities here. So I do appreciate that support. And I also participated last week at one of the locations. So I do want to thank our fire department for heading this and for working through this in such an important time. I had a follow-up question or two questions. So one following up on the comments from Mayor Pro Tem about the testing that is happening and whether some of our frontline workers, such as grocery workers, if there has been direct outreach to some of these groups or these employment locations, which I think would be valuable. And a follow-up question to the second wave or the second testing that will be happening in the fall, if you would be doing any follow-up testing on those who have participated in this first phase.
Councilmember Lopez, thank you so much for the question. That's two very good questions. So we have just started our efforts in specifically reaching out to businesses to offer testing to their employees. So we do have a list of businesses. We were able to recently bring back 3 of our furloughed fire recruits from the fire academy that we furloughed back in March, and they've been brought back specifically to help with our antibody testing and with that outreach. And so we have a list of somewhere in the range of 350 to 400 businesses that were essential businesses. In addition to, as Dr. Larson mentioned, we have been reaching out to some of the larger farm groups for the farm worker communities. And I will say also that much of the antibody testing that we have been doing, the testing locations have been set up in the south end of Oxnard, either Oxnard College, and we also had one last week, I believe, or the week before at Westminster Medical Clinic down on South C Street. The second question, we will be testing the same populations when we come back in the fall to do that testing. I think it may be a little bit high hopes to test exactly the same people, but as many of those people as we can, we would like to retest. But certainly we'll be looking at testing those same populations.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate all the work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, everyone who's worked hard to get all of this put together. Sorry. And I do appreciate all the work being done for South Oxnard. However, looking at stats, even the latest stats from today, with the exception of Fillmore and Piru, the highest concentration per 100,000 people is actually in the 93030 zip code. and that is the east and central part of the city of Oxnard. Are there any services for the 93030 zip code that can be given simply just by statement alone? It's roughly actually it's over 170. I'm sorry, the rate is at over 170 at a 100,000 population point of view. So if you look at that, 4 out of the 7 of us live in the 93030 zip code. And it's pretty much the same geographics. The only thing is that we need to pay attention to this region as well, simply because it is higher than what it is in South Oxnard.
Councilmember Madrigal, thank you for that question. We have been doing, we did do an antibody testing site at the Colonia Gym, which is part of the area that you're talking about. We have been working hard to collaborate with the Ventura County Healthcare Agency to see what else we can do to help support our residents outside of antibody testing, and working closely with our food share partners to get further testing. We have been looking at other ways that we can try and see these trends before they show up. By the time somebody tests positive for COVID-19, it's already spreading. And so we're looking at other ways that we can potentially sort of get ahead of the curve, if you will. So one of the things that we're actually sampling wastewater right now. There is a company back on the East Coast that can actually measure the amount of COVID-19 in wastewater. So we are sending them another sample this week that'll hopefully give us an indication of where we're headed with the virus in terms of how many people in the city have it. That company claims to be able to provide up to 6 days of early warning before people start showing up at doctors' offices and the additionally, we with our partnership with Assemblymember Jackie Irwin, we've actually received 500 smart Kinsa thermometers, and so we're working on a way to disseminate those into the community, and so those thermometers are connected to a smartphone, and so it does give us some information as to the temperatures that a household may be taking. And so that is another way that we may be able to try and get ahead of this, because it does seem to be expanding rapidly at the moment.
All right, thank you very much.
So I don't have any additional requests by members of the City Council to speak on this item, and we'll now just defer to the City Manager, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a couple of quick points. First of all, we really need to thank Jackie Irwin. All the parties involved here do such great work separately, but it was through her efforts and her leadership that helped to form this collaboration. So once again, Assemblymember Irwin, thank you very much on behalf of Oxnard. Second point I'd like to make is that what really excited me about this project, this effort, is the ability to provide the testing for members of our community who don't have full or easy access to health care. And as you recall, at the onset of this pandemic, one of the main pieces of advice across the country, if you believe you have symptoms, call your doctor. And we have community members here where that's not easily possible, or in many cases not possible. So for example, if I were to go to my doctor to get the test, that data would be provided to the county and the state. So this effort here reaches segments of our community who would not be able to get the testing so easily. So it's really important that we're providing these services to members of our community that would not be able to avail themselves. And then my final point is I'm glad that some of you had a good experience getting your blood drawn at the fire department. When I went, Mr. Villa actually stuck me twice, so it wasn't so good for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just to conclude, I just want to first say that This started as a project with the Oxnard Fire Department, and to particularly target first responders, and then moving into areas that are anticipated to be more vulnerable, lower income areas. So the leadership of the fire department first should be congratulated, along with John Brammer, who I know works with Abbott Laboratories. The fact that Abbott was able to provide a lot of these tests for free is amazing, of the partnership between private and the public sector. Woman, Irwin, has been outstanding in representing this area, and she's a single reason why term limits should not apply, especially to people like herself, because of her leadership. And I want to thank the two doctors involved, and I think that we're I don't want to use this term. I was going to say blazing a trail, but we've just had some things on dispensaries. So anyway, that's not appropriate. So I think that we're showing the rest of the community that we're undertaking efforts to deal specifically with the demographics that we have in the city of Oxnard. And the two doctors involved in the project, the fire department, Assemblywoman Irwin, none of this can all come together without your help and without your leadership. So I think it should be a best practice for other counties and other cities. And I'll conclude by saying that if another, I think Dr. Hayes Batista had mentioned that another pandemic, Dr. Batista, is 6 years away. Did you make that comment?
They seem to come in about 5 to 7 year cycles. Remember Zika, H1N1, Ebola, SARS. That's all since the turn of the century.
So I just want to say that, the farm worker population ostensibly is the most vulnerable. And when you have the kind of overcrowding that exists here in the city of Oxnard, it makes them particularly vulnerable. So even if they're wearing masks at the workplace, even if there are a lot of educational efforts, and I want to thank the County of Ventura and the Special Task Force for focusing on farm workers, we really do have a dilemma. And the worse this overcrowding becomes, the more vulnerable this population is going to be. So I don't know from a planning perspective, given the fact, Dr. Batista or Hayes Batista, whether our planning department, because there's a big move now to create denser communities. And the state legislature, without placing any type of value judgment, seems to be also moving in a direction of to deal with the affordable housing crisis, to I will just say weakening single family home zoning designations. And I just have a concern that from a planning perspective, that pandemic, and we're going to make changes now that are going to effectively deal with the next pandemic, as Dr. Hayes Batista had just mentioned. So thank you very much to all of you, and thank you for your leadership, and we're looking forward to cooperating further.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, just very quickly, I thought we should also thank Ventura County Community Foundation for providing a lot of the funding from charitable contributions. Just along with all of the other great work people are doing today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor. Mayor.
Yes.
I would like to ask the question of the two doctors. I do appreciate the farm workers and the plight that they're in, but reading the papers, the amounts of people, seniors, care facilities, rest homes, prison population, where do we place those populations with respect to the charts that you had? Because in the seniors, I don't know that they break the seniors and rest homes on racial lines, but are those groups more at risk? And a final comment, I've said it before, Ms. Irwin is a hell of an example for a politician to aim to be as good as this woman is. There's a lot of good politicians, but she's produced on bridges, she's produced on water, she's producing on this. She's a hell of an asset to the residents in the city of Oxnard. But I'd like to get an answer on the senior facilities and the prison population.
I can speak to the senior. We can do the same analysis that I showed you, and we are planning to do that, breaking it down by age group. And basically, you see essentially the same relationship between the groups, irrespective of the age group, going on up to seniors. Clearly, the seniors in assisted living, are of an extremely vulnerable population, but that population increasingly starts to look like the rest of the population of the state of California. So again, the more we can learn here, the more of service we can be to the rest of the state and the country when the next pandemic hits. And this one is not over yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the item. And once again, thank you to the participants, and have a nice
Bye
evening.
now.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very well. So that concludes that item. And Mr. Fisher, we have 7 minutes remaining before the official start of the meeting. Do we have to wait, or can we start early?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to answer on behalf of the city attorney.
Okay.
And my recollection is I don't remember, so why don't we just wait?
Okay. To be safe. All right. Okay. Why don't we just take a 6-minute break or 5-minute break and be back in 5 minutes, please?
last weekend.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to defer to you, Councilman Perla.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The City Council just concluded an appointment item on COVID-19 testing updates, and at 6 p.m., it's actually 6:02 p.m., we're going to start the regular meeting. And again, this is December 7th. The date is, July 7th, 2020, and we'll have the city clerk take the roll call again, please.
Councilwoman Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perlo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
I'm here.
Mayor Flynn.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum, and the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, June 25th.
Thank you. As is the tradition for the Oxnard City Council, following a pledge to the nation, we have a moment of silence, and Councilman Perlo has a special request regarding the moment of silence. Councilman Perlo.
Yeah, the amount of gun violence in the nation the last week is disgusting. A moment of silence for all those people that have been victims of and their families of gun violence across our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you all rise for the pledge, please? Councilman Perlo, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Place your hand on your heart, please. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated, please. Okay, the very first item that we have this evening is a ceremonial item. That's item D on the agenda. And for those that are following from home, it's D1 on the first page. And the subject is the presentation of a proclamation designating the month of July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month. And the recipient of this will be obviously the Parks Department, but in particular, the Community Services Manager, Renee Rakestraw. And I will ask Ms. Rakestraw if she has a few comments to make before I read this proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Flynn and council members. Renee Rakestraw, the Community Services Manager, and I accept this proclamation on behalf of both the Recreation and our Parks divisions for the city of Oxnard. Every day in our communities across the country, the people of Parks and Recreation provide essential services and really make our communities a better place to live, to work, and to play. This has been especially true during the COVID-19 pandemic, as staff has supported food distribution, monitoring at both our local parks and beaches, supporting development services by making calls and visits to our local businesses, sanitation services within the Pell homeless shelter, amongst a few others. But July is really the perfect time to see our local parks and recreation has to offer and share an appreciation for the people who provide these essential services. Fortunately for us in Oxnard, Parks and Recreation staff do work closely together to provide quality programs for our community. We are Parks and Recreation, and we're celebrating this month by highlighting the people who make sure our parks and programs are well maintained, safe, inclusive, and welcoming. We encourage the community to come out and enjoy our parks while also social distancing and adhering to the current ordinances in place, but also engage in rec programs that we've specifically designed during this pandemic. To find more information on those programs, I encourage the community to visit the Oxnard Rec social media pages. And don't forget to tag us with Oxnard Together so we can stay connected. Thanks again, Mayor and council members, for recognizing this essential service that we provide to our community through Parks and Rec.
Thank you very much. And now I'll read the proclamation, Parks and Recreation Month, July 2020. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Oxnard. Whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all residents and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of the community and region. Parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally and physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all residents. Parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. Parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of the community. Also, parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. Whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Whereas the United States House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Oxnard recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation. And now, therefore, I, Tim Flynn, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Oxnard and encourage all residents to enjoy and recognize the social, physical, mental, economic, environmental, and community benefits derived from the City of Oxnard's parks and recreational programs. So we want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department, given especially all of the challenges we've had during COVID-19, trying to maintain the parks, trying to make sure that the playground equipment isn't being used, and it's been common that we get calls that it is being used, and so they've been under a lot of extra pressure and stress, and so we really want to thank them. And also this proclamation, Parks and Recreation Month for July of 2020, I think places a special focus on how we try to deliver those services to especially children, but everyone in the community during the COVID-19 crisis. So thank you very much. So now we'll move to page 2 of the agenda, and that will be public comment on items not on the agenda. At this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of the agenda. Based on the number of speaker requests submitted, presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter times may be established as deemed necessary. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. And so, Madame City Clerk, I'm just pulling that up right now, the list. Let's see. Speaker list. Okay, all right. Okay, each speaker is going to receive 2 minutes. So each speaker will receive 2 minutes. The very first speaker is Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by Ray Mortimer, please.
Mayor, I'm not sure you're looking at the right list.
Okay.
So we've got 7 speakers, starting with Martina Gallegos.
Okay, let me look. why don't we go ahead and call her if you,
Okay.
if you,
Hi, Martina.
Hello?
Hi, you are live in the city council meeting for items not on the agenda. You have, Mayor, is it still 2 minutes or did you want to do 3?
we'll do,
You have 3 minutes
I'm
to
sorry.
make your comments to the council. Please begin.
I'm sorry. I wasn't ready.
the time has started.
She hung up. I don't know what happened.
Okay, she hung up. Okay. Well, that happens. Okay. And Madam City Clerk, why don't you just read the next name? And I haven't been able to find the list. If you could resend that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
After you, next
So
speaker.
the next speaker is Davina Garcia.
Okay.
Hi, is this Davina? Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hi, you've got 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda. Please begin.
Okay. So I really want to call to question Timothy Flynn designating the month of July 2020 Parks and Recreation Month, while the department simultaneously faces this continuous defunding throughout the years. I find this very performative. And so I would also like to address many of the comments and statistics provided by the Chief of Police on July 1st, 2020 at the discussion on racism and policing. I found the entire event was a performative act posed by both the city and Oxnard Police Department, as there was this extreme focus on police reform, yet the conversation on actually defunding the police and reallocating funds was met with little concern by both the Chief of Police, Scott Whitney, and City Manager Alexander Nunez. At this same discussion, Terrell Harrison, the head of Cultural and Community Services Department, states the department currently receives about 7% of the general funds, 7% towards a department that oversees the libraries, recreations, performing arts center, and Carnegie Art Museum, all of which have faced millions of dollars in cuts. The closure of the Carnegie Art Museum, Performing Arts Center, La Colonia Branch Library, the shortening of hours in recreation centers, the closure of the main library on Sundays. These cuts translate to real life implications on the community. I have some more statistics. As of 2019, over 77% of the general fund revenue came from taxes. The Cultural and Community Services Department receives about 7% of that, while OPD receives about 45%. I would like to address the obvious disregard that is posed by these discussions on police reform, as this is a system that is rooted in oppression. Promises of an emphasis on de-escalation training and history lessons on police brutality within the police department should remind the public that these police officers are paid to quote unquote protect the public with no previous knowledge of de-escalation methods. They are paid to enforce the law with no type of requirement of an actual law degree, much less an assessment on knowledge of race relations. The Chief of Police announced statistics on traffic and other stops on race compared to Oxnard's total demographics.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I'm not done.
Excuse me. The time is up. Thank you.
I feel like there's a very...
I realize that. Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker is Gerardo Perez, to be followed by Lucy Cartagena, please.
return your call as soon as I can. Thanks and have a great day.
Okay, the next speaker is Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by Ray Blatel, to be followed by Jeannie Lai and Veronica Munoz, please.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello.
Hi, you are live in the council meeting. We're on items not on the agenda, and you have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Lucy Cartagena, and I'm a citizen from Oxnard. And my concern is what we're going to do about upcoming, all the upcoming elections coming up to make sure that our voices are not muffled and that the people's voices are heard. So my question is, right now, as we cut off the public voice and we're not doing anything about broadcasting or anything about giving the people to be able to speak at council, I think the city needs to really start looking at different measures, since we're going on the middle of July now and we still haven't implemented anything for COVID. If we're still going to be doing these type of meetings and suppressing the people's voice and having them call in for 2 minutes, then we really need to start being able to broadcast so the rest of the constituents and the rest of the community can see what you guys are expediting in super fast speed and everything you're doing at the 11th hour and not letting the public have an opinion or be able to speak on issues. So that's something that you guys need to sit down and really discuss and really think about, because some of you guys will be running and you're not letting the people be heard. So we need to start really working on what that's going to look like. The city already cut supposedly for budget, even though you use Measure O like a slush fund. You cut off all our broadcasting. You're not doing anything to broadcast. You're not doing anything for Spanish speaking. You're not doing anything to let the people speak. That's it. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much. And the very next speaker is Ray Blatel, to be followed by Jeannie Lai, please. To be followed by Veronica Munoz.
Hello? Hi, Ray.
Yes.
Hi, you've got 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda. Please begin.
Thank you very much. Mayor and council members, I think we can all agree that this year's illegal fireworks and associated noise was the worst experience in years. It actually sounded like a war zone in my neighborhood, and this lasted late into the night and early morning. In June, I had asked the city of Oxnard to join with the neighboring cities to petition the city of Fillmore to cease the sale of these fireworks, safe and sane or not. Those that believe that these devices will remain in the Fillmore city limits are certainly fooling themselves. Fillmore gets the profits, and neighboring cities get the associated problems. My neighbor's dog was so disturbed and anxious to escape his pen that he actually chewed most of the way through a 2x4. A 2x4, there was little chunks of wood on the floor. It was amazing. And my friends indicated they had experienced similar problems with their pets. And how about our returning troops suffering from PTSD? I can imagine this was like reliving those combat horrors all over again. Will this completely solve the issue? It probably will not. There is still the issue with the powerful devices purchased out of state or out of country, but it will help. Also, a pre-4th of July education campaign may also help to inform people of the impacts of these careless and needless acts. These violators need to be more sensitive to the impacts of these actions. Pet owners and farmer servicemen would sure appreciate it. So hopefully the city and its neighbors will proactively tackle this problem next year so that we don't relive this year's experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Jeannie Lai, to be followed by Veronica Munoz. Please.
we tackle this
Hi, Janie.
next year. Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Could you please mute your TV in the background?
Okay.
And then you'll have 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, please begin.
Okay. Hello. Hi, my name is Jenny Lai. Thank you for listen to me again and your patient. Today I want to talk about a homeless center that was passed last week. Last weekend I went to see a couple of homeless center was operated by Mercy House, and the one that near us is in Ventura. Ventura is on Knox Drive. I look at this homeless center. It has about 41,000 square feet on 3-acre lot. It is in industrial area, away from transportation, and it has a garden for pets. And there's no combination with a low-income housing. And this building was look like convert from existing office building, so make it really cheaper to own a homeless center through conversion of existing building. And then I also went to Santa Ana, Anaheim, and Ontario. And I look at Ontario homeless center. It is in a bigger lot, 1 story, away from transportation in industrial area, and it was all fenced up by the bar. So it's not combined with low-income housing either. And then I went to another one. I pretty much want to see, I understand how this homeless center going to impact the community. So I went to another one in Anaheim. This called Mercy Housing Community in Anaheim on Vine Street. It is very nice, and it's a low 2-story townhouse style in a very huge lot. So my concern is after I look at other example, and I want to continue to compare what's existing. It's very important that Mercy Home should let us visit their existing facility that combined has like 110 bed and 57 housing, because low-income housing should not place to be right next to the mental ill and drug rehab center. So I think, and then right now you choose this size, only ½ acre. It's compared with what I have seen, it's very, very small and very compact.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lai. Your time is up.
Okay.
Please. Thank you very much. And the last speaker, Veronica Munoz, please.
Hi, Veronica. You're live in the council meeting.
Hello, good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, City staff. My name is Veronica Munoz from BG's Cafe. First, I'd like to mention that last week I was called out of turn. I was called once Council had already voted on the issue of the Navigation Homeless Center. It was very awkward, to say the least, especially with the issue at hand being so sensitive, and knowing that I signed up for the appropriate time for comments on this item. Well, I'm still in shock to have witnessed a unanimous vote on an issue that has been so contentious for us in downtown Oxnard. City staff painted support for this project in broad strokes from downtown Oxnard business owners, which is not the case. In fact, there are many business owners like ourselves who are not opposed to helping the homeless, but are opposed to this new vision of having downtown Oxnard be the central location for a shelter or transitional housing, even with the enhanced services and amenities. Jorge Escalera presented 125 signatures from a very wide gamut of business owners who are opposed to this project being in downtown Oxnard. We have been on a very difficult path towards revitalization. We've had milestones and successes, and we are a better downtown in many regards. We don't need a permanent setback such as this. As a lifelong resident of Oxnard, we made a conscious choice to live and work in downtown. Like the slogan used for marketing Oxnard says, or used to say, we live, work, and play here. We used to walk to the movies and walk back from many nighttime events in downtown. We no longer do that due to the amount of criminality and the high number of unpredictable and aggressive homeless individuals. Working and living in the heart of Oxnard, we feel dismissed and disregarded, with the city committing its last penny, not to help the homeless, but to help homeless big business, and ignoring the downtown business community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Ms. Munoz? Okay, I'm sorry about that. Very good. I'm sorry, she had a little bit of time left. That concludes the speakers on the items not on the agenda. Mr. City Manager, just one point, and I know that you've received emails in this regard. Could you address the comment about why we're not having city council meetings, in the chambers themselves, just to reemphasize that to the public, and the fact that not only for this information consent day, everyone was given 3 minutes, that there's ample opportunities to participate, and if people can't participate, then they can write, and there are other things. Could you just respond to that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, be happy to. It was interesting because as Ms. Cartagena was speaking and critiquing how we're conducting the meetings these days, one of the things she said was about not providing access, both in terms of our broadcast and in language translation, but as she was speaking, her comments were being broadcast and translated simultaneously into Spanish. Here's the bottom line. I'm not recommending reopening our facilities to the general public because it's not safe yet. That is the bottom line. It is not safe yet. That's number one. Number two, like many institutions, we've had to make the shift to conducting our business in this way, using telephone and video, and everyone's adjusting to it. There's no Zoom meeting that's perfect, and that includes ours. Also, with regard to the resources we have and the fact that our staffing is lean, I will not run the risk of creating a situation where we're increasing the likelihood of the virus spreading. A, because it's not safe for any of us, including members of the public, and B, because I don't have the staff to backfill, nor the money to pay for the overtime to backfill, should any particular numbers of our staff forget getting infected, but even get exposed, then, and it triggers the 14-day quarantining, I'm out of staff for the 14 days. So on balance, it is simply not worth it to risk it right now, especially when you've heard from the first presentation today, the two doctors telling us that we're still in the first wave, and that our numbers have been increasing again in the last couple of weeks. So I understand that this method of public participation is different, but I want to remind everyone that over the last few meetings, we've actually had an extraordinary number of people participating and making public comment, even though they couldn't do it here in person. So that's the explanation right now. I stand behind that 100%, and we are planning to reopen different parts of the city as the medical data provides me some level of comfort that it will be safe to do so. And I will provide updates when that time comes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to item F, report of the city manager. Mr. Nguyen.
Okay, so I actually have a few updates, COVID-related updates. So let us pull up the slides here. All right, so the first major one, and this is directly related to the fact that the case numbers are back on the increase. This is an order from Sacramento, from the governor's office, and here are the sectors that are now closed again. Restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, card rooms, and certainly all bars are closed again. I get the sense, even though we're not using the language, that we're sliding back into stage 2. I think the language we're using right now from Sacramento is that this is a dimming, like a light dimmer. And you can see in the box there that we are not the only county. There are several counties across the state that fall under this updated order to reclose those sectors. Next is a reminder that the eviction moratorium is still active, and in fact, the state once again extended it now through the end of September. Again, eviction moratorium across the state of California is active until the end of September at this point. Our beaches in the county are open again. Here's a picture that shows a family at the beach. Beaches are reopened at this point after we had the hard closure over the 4th of July. Also, the county's business assistant grant program, the deadline is actually tomorrow. So just a reminder for our local businesses, if you need to get the grant, if you need assistance, to please apply to the county by the end of tomorrow. And then finally, as you heard earlier from Ms. Rakestraw, our Recreation Department has been creative in terms of trying to get people to be able to recreate safely. So you can see here in one of our parks, we've acquired one of these little chalk machines that allows us to circle out the safe physical distance for people to participate outdoors in some sort of an exercise class, and it's physically safe to do so. I'm going to find out if that machine, if we can actually put down numbers, and we might put district numbers down and get all of you out there at some point. And that is the end of our COVID-19 update this week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the update. And now we'll go to Council Member Lopez for council business.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have very many, I'm sorry, I don't have any comments, but just a question. And if we can reiterate, City Manager Nguyen, in terms of the street sweeping, when it will begin, I think, as many times as we can get that information out to the community would be helpful, since it did begin this week, and what it means with, parking citations and what that will look like. And then just a comment in general about the activity of fireworks that happened over this weekend, especially on Saturday, is definitely a concern. And I think we've all heard from different residents throughout the city how unfortunate that this was. So I do hope that we can find a way to address this and have a plan for next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perello.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers that spoke. I'd like to echo Ms. Lopez's comments on the fireworks. I got calls about issues in my district. I had interaction with multiple people and multiple large parties with the fireworks. I do think this was the worst that I've ever experienced. There's a tremendous amount of angst that the people feel that the police department should be able to clamp down on everything. We don't have enough police officers. And ladies and gentlemen, when you drive through the neighborhood on the 4th of July, any neighborhood, I went through every district in this city, any neighborhood, you will find people sitting in their lawn chairs outside waiting to see what's going to happen. I actually was on a street, A in Dolly, and I was amazed at the coordination of a, I don't believe that there was charging to watch the fireworks, but it was basically a professional show on both ends of the block. The police did everything they could to stop these types of events. But ladies and gentlemen, we can't afford to have enough cops on the corner. And then when we do, on the 4th of July, it's often, one of the times when people inebriate a little bit, have a few beers. And when you approach people and you tell them, look, there's a possibility of a fine, and you are wondering if they're going to light one off and put it in the car with you, it does give you pause. So I can really feel for the police and any enforcement activity going on in those fireworks. I think our city did a tremendous job considering what was going on. Mr. Blattel's comments with respect to the city of Fillmore, I think that that's a very good idea. But I just want to say, the ones that I saw, the Roman candles, the ones that were lighting up neighborhoods, the ones that were rattling windows, those weren't coming from Fillmore. And as Mr. Blattel said, they come from out of the area. There's got to be something done. Last year, we had an individual die. This year, I haven't heard of any injuries. We'll probably get a report a little later on. But the fireworks were bad. I'd like to address a couple of the comments from the public speakers. When the public speakers, and I was a member of the public that did come to use the platform quite a bit, but please do not put false information out there. We haven't stopped the broadcasting of the translation. I mean, that sends a really bad message when we say things like this. And I'm fortunate we have somebody as a manager who's willing to correct it. And when there's complaints that people are not allowed the amount of time to speak, one person wanted to continue on, there's a decision being made by the executive of the council, and that person makes a determination based on the number of speakers, trying to be fair for everyone. Now, I'd like to address this, and the person that I'm addressing to, he knows. I received emails and pretty harsh criticism that we don't open up the council to bring in, the public to sit there. And I've had really strong discussion with him. I consider him a very good friend, even after this conversation. But I've asked him specifically, would you put your kids and your grandkids at risk in that building? And the answer was, hell no. That's why they're not opening it up. I don't feel that it would be right to put the city employees at risk in a situation where the health department is telling us there's still major issues. Anybody that takes the time to listen to the news, look at a paper, and sees the numbers going up, it's like you want to roll the dice with your life, that's your life. When you're in a position as an elected official, you're supposed to look out health, safety, and welfare for everybody, not just your friends, everybody. And right now, I believe that our council is doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick comments. Like everyone else, I'm doing most of my meetings. I'm doing all of my meetings via telecommuting. We did Gold Coast Transportation last week, and this week is Ventura County Transportation Commission. Just a couple comments, and I will reiterate what Councilmember Perillo said. Sitting in my house last 4th of July and watching the fireworks, and there was a lot of them going off all around me, and I can guarantee you the stuff I was seeing was professional grade mortar fireworks displays. That stuff is not sold in Fillmore. Fillmore is only safe and sane, doesn't leave the ground. It's there. So the stuff we were seeing, and I also have to agree, this is probably the most hectic year that I've seen in my 40 years in this city, was just phenomenal. And watching the ones go up and ignite in less than 100 feet, I'm amazed that nothing caught fire in this city. I believe there was one injury where a person lost some use of their hand, but I'm not positive. But I'm just absolutely amazed with the amount of fireworks I was seeing, that no more serious injuries were sustained. And secondly, this is one of those things where we could take every police officer we had in the city, put them on a street corner, and we still would not have been able to stop it. I'm sad to say that, but it's just one of those things when the entire city engages in that activity, that's what happens. In regards to street sweeping, police department did send out a notification today that between July 6th and July 19th that they will not be issuing tickets, they will be issuing warning notices. So while street sweeping will restart, police department will have a 2-week period where if someone's in violation, they won't get a ticket. They'll simply get a notice saying street sweeping is resumed. And after the 19th of July, tickets will start being issued. So It's a matter, I think that's a good way to get the communication out to the public, to the people in all the neighborhoods. So street sweeping will start. Tickets won't for another 2 weeks. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman McDonald. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to echo those comments about the fireworks. I, like all of my colleagues, I'm sure, receive lots of complaints. And I would usually ask the person, can you say where exactly? And they really couldn't. They would say a general area. So really, this was a problem all over the state. It certainly was in LA and Santa Barbara, other cities in Ventura County. And what do you do when people don't respect their neighbors or have consideration for people's sensitivity? So while I think it would be a good idea for Fillmore to stop selling those particular fireworks, it doesn't resolve the problem. And I'm not sure what would, except people having better manners. In Los Angeles, homes were lost, fires were started. And I know here someone lost a finger. Luckily, nobody died as they did last year, which was very sad. So I think our police department was trying to do the best they could, but it's kind of up to the residents to, behave better. What do we do about that? I don't know what the answer is. This discussion about meeting back in public, I really support city manager's decisions about keeping our staff safe and the public safe. Early on, I was very concerned that if we had a spike in our city, if we had people got sick, some of our critical services would be affected. I was particularly concerned about water. And our first responders were concerned about becoming ill. How would we serve the public? And I was very pleased to know that in particular, the water staff did rotation by team, so that if somebody or a team got sick, there would still be people to provide that critical service. So I totally support that. I think we're getting a lot done. I miss being with all of my colleagues and the public, but I miss a lot of things about this, and it's important that we try to stay alive. I want to thank the people who participated in the discussion on racial justice and policing. We had some difficult conversations. There's more to come. And want to thank our city for being a leader on this rather than waiting for other people to force us to do it. So I very much appreciate that. I want to say I did attend very carefully the food share distribution of food last week, and saw members of our Parks and Rec staff chipping in to do something that they're not really hired to do, but helping out our public. As far as the Homeless Solution Center, I do think it's very important that we reach out to our business community. Some of them have reached out to me. I've tried to talk to people to do what we can, now that we have approved it unanimously, to do what we can to address their concerns and assure them that we will, as a city, do what we need to do to take care of our downtown businesses. At the same time, taking advantage of the funding that is offered to us or potentially available to us that isn't going to be available elsewhere. It's not coming from our general fund. It's coming from grants that we're entitled to, that we get more if they are located in our in this particular area. And finally, I just want to tell parents and teachers and everybody who works at our schools, the school districts are having discussions about how to reopen schools. And perhaps the mayor could talk about that as a teacher. And Oscar Madrigal as a teacher. What does it mean to have students come back and be potentially exposed or expose their family members to the COVID? So stay in touch with your schools and your teachers about that, because a decision is going to come and we may or may not like it for whatever reason. I know it's tough to be taking care of your kids at home and trying to homeschool them. That is another thing that's very worrisome to our community, as well as the spread, which is big, and it's in our farm worker community, it's in our poor community. So those of us who can't go to work who don't have to go to work. Please protect those who do and our healthcare workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Usua.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Temp, for your words. I, just like my fellow council members, at least in District 5, there was fireworks everywhere. And I decided instead of staying home, I was going to drive by my district and see exactly what was going on. And I have to say that there was not one street that we drove by that did not have fireworks. So again, I think it comes down to residents being courteous to each other and understanding that we do have sensitivity to these things. And I also agree with my other fellow council members that I don't really think that Fillmore really had anything to do with all the loud fireworks that were happening in Oxnard. I think most of them probably came from outside our state. And also reiterating what Mayor Pro Temp said in regards to the schools, and maybe some food for thought for our city manager and staff. What's going to happen with our employees if school does not restart? As far as them being able to take care of their kids at home, are we going to be making exceptions for people to continue to work from home? I think these are just kind of things that we should start thinking about as a city and as an employer. How are we going to accommodate those parents that are going to have to homeschool their children if the schools don't open up, or if schools are going to be going to a half a day scenario? And, you know, just simply for thought for our staff and our city manager to think about as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. I'll share similar to everybody else's thoughts and what is it? Oh, great. Thoughts. I lost my train of thought. Oh, well. Anyways, well, I had a similar experience over here in District 3. You could drive down. It was like, you know, you were popping popcorn for 5 hours because of all the noise in the area. But lots of fireworks. And then as far as school is concerned, as of right now, every single school district in Ventura County, public school district in Ventura County, is going to open. Parents do have the availability to keep their kids at home, and there should be some sort of remote learning aspect. There is probably, simply because of how things are going, there is going to be some sort of hybrid learning going on, at least probably for a semester, if not for the entire school year. I listened to the Oxnard Union High School district meeting for some time. They are actually going to offer, they had a partnership, or they have a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, and they are going to offer daycare services for some of their teachers. So that's one thing that the Oxnard Union High School District is doing. I know that as far as scheduling is going to be hectic. Parents, you know, their kids are going to go to school some days and not going to go to school other days. The scheduling is going to be a mess. So it is going to be very difficult for parents. It's going to be, I think we're all going to take it one step at a time. And if schools happen to shut down, then, you know, we're back to where we were at March 16th, which would be all remote learning. And, you know, then you're going to have discrepancies. Some districts did better than others. Some districts offered live learning every day, others once a week. Others here in the county didn't offer anything for 3 months but packets. So you see discrepancies, and I think that's one of the big reasons why, as a county, I think they're pushing for at least some sort of hybrid learning so kids can learn in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to kind of add to what Councilman Madrigal just said about the schools, the main challenge that education has right now is that you know, most kids need a classroom environment to learn. It's not that they can't learn with distance learning, but they learn better for a variety of reasons when they're in a classroom. It's just all there is to it. And the particular challenge is getting compliance, whether a parent's away at work and they're not able to watch their kids, or the parents at home, they don't have the experience, whatever the myriad of issues are. I spoke to a lot of teachers, and there was a lot of non-compliance. It's just all there is to it. And so those students that tend to be most susceptible to not doing well, this is for too many of them, not necessarily all of them. This is just an opportunity to just completely write it all off. I think that schools are planning for a hybrid system and a combination of hybrid and like smaller classroom sizes, maybe staggered schedules, whatever that might be, along with learning from home. But I tend to think they're doing that because they realize the imperative. It's important to get kids back in the classroom. But given the trends that we see right now, and I hope they reverse themselves, if these trends continue, I can't see how they're going to be able to go to the hybrid learning. Many universities, the CSU system for one, all across the state, is not hybrid learning. That's a student who doesn't want to go to school. Anyway,
Who's puppy?
I'm sorry. So anyway, that's on school. Let me just talk about fireworks for a second. Unfortunately, this is the first time I've talked about it. I'm not going to be here when the council has this discussion. But if this year, was unusual, and I think the only way I can describe this year with fireworks is it's like when there's a full moon on Halloween. That's kind of like what it was for about a month and a half, a full moon on Halloween. I went out and I drove all around the city on the 4th of July. And it was like one big outdoor party. First of all, the weather was really nice, and kids were outside. And, you don't have to be a teacher or a parent to know, you see these kids outside and they've been in for a long time. They want to break loose and they want action. And this talk about being more considerate, I agree, and more neighborly and all those things, I agree 100%. But that was not tops on their priority list. It's pretty obvious. It's self-evident that wasn't tops. If we're really going to have an effect, and I'm hoping next year is not going to be as bad because of the circumstances we've just gone through, it's going to take a gargantuan effort, and it's going to take an enormous amount of planning. And it's going to, and I believe it can be done. I believe it can be done. And, but the situation now, I've said in the past that you'd have to have several hundred people out there overseeing this kind of thing. It was so prevalent this year. It was so egregious this year that it's going to take much more than that. It's going to take an education campaign, kind of like what we did with graffiti. And it's going to be really an all-year thing, and I think it has to be done. We're talking about parks and recreation and the health of our community. Think about these veterans, these veterans that suffer from PTSD. What kind of ill health effects did they encounter over like a 2-month period? How about the elderly? Mothers were I know texting you saying, I just put my children down to bed and now they're getting up and they're crying. I mean, that's ridiculous. So we really have to do something, and it's not spending millions of dollars trying to do this. We got to be really innovative to arrest this problem, and we can't arrest our way through the problem, but to stop the problem. And that's all I have to say about fireworks. But the last thing is on the the town hall that we asked the city manager to conduct. I want to thank Mr. Nguyen. I want to thank the police chief, and I want to thank the participants, because it was revealing for me. I learned something from that, and I think we need to find a way to keep the conversation going. I think it was very productive, but I want to stress to my distinguished colleagues, I think as we continue that conversation and we provide direction to the city manager and determine what we're going to do, I really want to, and I know sometimes it's like walking a tightrope. We have to acknowledge, in particular, the African American community and the fact that George Floyd was an African American and just the history of abuse. It's just egregious. It's ridiculous. But I really want to approach this community solution in a way that I think the council members were talking about when we debated the resolution. We need to bring the community together. We need to do everything we can to bring our community together and move forward and keep the conversation going. Thank you. So now we'll move forward on the information consent agenda. And I've only had a request so far by Councilman Perillo on 2 different items. And so we'll go first then to Councilman Perillo. He would like 2 items pulled for discussion. One is item 2, one is item 5. Councilman Perillo, item 2, please. And why don't we talk, it's the First Amendment to the Agreement for Government Banking Services. Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much. Just basic questions on this one, 2 of them. We have heard in the past that there is going to be some discussion about the credit card charges that these banks charge us for using the credit cards. And I'm curious when we'll get that sooner than later. Hopefully every dollar we can save for our city will be beneficial. And the second is, I do appreciate the process that went out. 2017, the city treasurer opened bidding for banking services. We received 3 major bank bids: Bank of the West, Wells Fargo Bank, and Bank of America. My question is, are there no small, if not Oxnard, Ventura County banks that could offer these services and it would keep the money, the profits within our community? Those are my questions on that particular one. Thank you.
Mr.
And
City.
you want me to go to the next one, Mayor?
No, let's have them answer this one. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. Actually, our city treasurer is here, so I think he will answer those questions.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think the questions are good about wanting to have local banks in the bid process, but we also need to remember that this city processes, I believe it's over $2.3 billion, that's with a B, $1 billion worth of financial transactions and wires through the year. That would overwhelm some of our small local banks, but they're always welcome. We'll always be glad to send them a request for proposal during the year when we put it together. So I agree with that, but I think we have to also realize that there is a state requirement that for every dollar that they hold of ours, they must have in their possession 110% collateral to protect our money. And small banks find it difficult when we're putting in hundreds of millions of dollars of cash on a monthly basis, and even daily when we're talking about investments to cover that. But I think it's a good point, and I think we'll make it an intent to ask the local banks to consider bidding on it. Thank you. What was the other question?
Is there a time frame with the credit cards issue, Mr. Molina? And thank you for that answer.
Well, the credit card process is not an issue of the banks. It's an issue of our wire processing platform, and we were trying to move with a different processor. And when we do that, not all of the electronic fund processors accept and allow what's referred to as a pass-through resolution that lets us demand that they charge their customers for the fees that are being charged for a payment by credit card. And we found a good provider, Elevon, and the process is stuck in the beginning stages. So hopefully within the next 7 to 9 months, we'll get through the legal process that we're stuck behind now, which will then allow me to move forward with negotiating that transaction.
Thank you very much for the information. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Perillo, item 5.
My fellow council members, this one here, it struck me. Apparently the person receiving the recognition for 34 years of service to the city of Oxnard, Mrs. Irma Coughlin, she will not be here tonight, but 34 years is a long time. some of you may not even be 34 on this council. I'd just like to remind some of the people what 34 years ago, 1986, President Reagan was president, vice president was George Bush. Two big events during that time, world events. The Soviet nuclear reactor at Chernobyl exploded. And the space shuttle Challenger exploded. Do you remember that the average rent at that time was $385 a month? And these are coming off a website covering California. The unemployment rate was 7.2%. The average home cost $111,900. The new car cost $9,200. First class stamp was 22 cents. A gallon of gas was 93 cents. A dozen eggs, 87 cents. A gallon of milk, 22 cents. And the movies of the time at 1986, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Hoosiers, Crocodile Dundee, and Top Gun. And one in particular, Platoon. And I remember going to the opening of Platoon and taking the first date that I had with my wife. And it was a long time ago. And it's amazing. 34 years, Mrs. Coughlin, that's a big deal. And I hope you have an entirely enjoyable retirement. I bet there are stories you could tell us about how things have changed in the city of Oxnard, in the government, and I hope that you could enlighten us on how things have gotten a lot better in the government that you work for and dedicated a tremendous amount of your life. Thank you very much. My comments. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, item 5.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we did speak about Ms. Coughlin and her years of service to this city. And I think Councilman Perella did it very well. So congratulations. Thank you. And I'm sorry we couldn't do this in person, Ms. Coughlin. Thank you for your service to our city.
Mayor Pro Tem, item 1.
Yeah, I wanted to just ask a couple of questions. Is it Mr. Duncan available, or will it be city manager to speak about the senior utility rate assistance? I'm very pleased that we have this program. It helps. It's not the answer to everything, but also I wanted to mention that the Clean Power Alliance that I sit on their board on behalf of the city, Councilman Perella is the alternate. There is also a program for credit for your energy bill, your electric bill, and that organization is doing some great things. Maybe at some point we'll have time to discuss it, but you could go to Clean Power Alliance and see that there is also availability of getting a credit for the electric bill that you have. And this is $13,300 from donations. It is not from the general fund. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Go ahead. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, that's from donations that go back all the way to 2014, 3 years before we even had a utility rate assistance program. So the $13,300, $300 of those came in the last year. So.
Well, some of that's my money, my donations, because I was very anxious that we start this program like other cities have. So the public can make donations to this program. How can we do that?
They can contact Jay Duncan, the Public Works Call Center Manager, at 805-385-8387.
And how will we get the word out about this? Is it going to come in our utility bill?
I believe the Office of Billing and Licensing is working on an outreach plan and how they will be evaluating, distributing, if this item is approved, the seniors that are 65 years and older that are also meet the eligibility requirement of being in the Edison or the gas company care program. They will be evaluating those 100 residents that get the, or 133 residents that will get the one-time $100 discount. And the objective is to empty the account completely out, the 13,300, and distribute it. Now, just simply because the impact on the local economy of the COVID crisis.
And I'll just say that it's my understanding that everybody is a customer of Edison in terms of the delivery of electricity. You might have chosen to be a customer of Clean Power Alliance, which generates the electricity, but everybody who gets their electricity delivered by Edison, which I think we all do, is eligible to, well, they may be eligible for the CARE program or the baseline for medical. So take a look, everybody. You might be missing some help. Thank you.
Just
Thank you
one final comment, Mayor Pro Tem. The seniors can be eligible for this one-time senior utility rate assistance as well as Project Assist. It's a mutually exclusive program.
Right.
Programs.
Thank you. I probably should have started with the city clerk. Madam City Clerk, do you have any announcements to make on the information consent agenda?
I just wanted to call your attention to two minor typos. On J4, the agreement number is listed as 8095 in the agenda, and it should be 8195. And then for J8, the dollar amount is listed as $249,643.90. It should be $249,463.90. So just the 4 and the 6 are switched on that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't believe I have any additional requests to speak on the information consent by members of the council. So if there are no additional requests, I'd like to just add, as mayor, my congratulations to Irma Coughlin for her 34 years of service. That is an amazing accomplishment. We want to thank you for your dedication, your service to this city. We're hoping that you get to spend a lot more time doing other things that you'd like to pursue, and in particular that you're always going to be around, and especially in a time of need, we need you to stay in the city, and we have a lot of things that we can get you to volunteer on if you're interested in doing that. And I'd like to also just make a final comment on item 3, which is the final track map of Sakioka Farms. And I just want to say to my colleagues and to the city manager, to the staff, and to the community that given this economic downturn of COVID-19 that has caused all the unemployment, all the problems that have been associated with COVID-19, there's this ray of hope that these possibilities with Sakioka Farms are going to help rebuild and revitalize the city of Oxnard. So I'm excited about that. And what I'd like to do now is I'd like to...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we actually, ironically, on that same item, we actually need to continue it to the next council meeting.
Okay.
There's just some delays in some information, but it's still on track. And also, I believe we have a couple of speakers on the consent calendar.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to our city clerk.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. And we do have several speakers, and let's see here. Actually, 2 speakers, and I'm going to go ahead and call their names now. The first is Divina Garcia, and the second is Shalia Chavez. Please. They'll have 3 minutes when I'm city clerk.
Eight, 0, 5.
Okay, and the last speaker is Shalia Chavez, please.
Eight.
Hi, Ms. Chavez.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you've got 3 minutes to address the council on the information consent agenda. Please go ahead.
Okay. I called to question both the strategic priorities of this agenda item and the department in question. This agenda item is on the quality of life strategy, yet only focuses on Goal 1, Objective 1D, which accounts for only 1/15 or 6.6% of the entire quality of life strategy. Goal 1 has 5 objectives in total, and Objective D happens to be the only one that is not targeted towards helping the community directly, as it only describes the delivery method and does not actually strive towards any end goal. By only focusing on Objective D of Goal 1, the Council is therefore choosing to ignore the other 4 objectives, such as Objective C, which states that the Council would highlight their continued efforts to address domestic violence. The 2019-2020 budget shows the...
Ma'am, excuse me, just for a second. What item are you specifically addressing? I don't know if I got that. I apologize for interrupting. We'll make sure you get your full time.
J4.
J4. And you have, ma'am, this is very specific to the radio dispatch console system, and you have to make your comments specific to just that agenda item. So it can't be a broader discussion that goes beyond just that item. So your remarks have to be specifically focused on the purchase of a radio dispatch console system. And if you want to talk how that's not consistent with the priorities or whatever, you're entitled to do so, but you have to stay focused on that. And I'll start your time so you have your full 3 minutes.
Sir, I am addressing that. I'm addressing page 44 where they're addressing the strategic priorities.
Okay. And
where they say Goal 1, Objective 1D.
I understand it. So as long as your remarks, when you're talking about the strategic priorities, you just have to be focused on the radio dispatch console system, please.
Well, I'm addressing the strategic priority, which is supposed to be...
I'm sorry, just very quickly here. So every item that we have on the agenda, there's an attempt to align it with the goals and objectives of the city. And so as long as you're not having a broader discussion about goals and objectives, rather it's about just the item on the agenda. I have to make sure that we don't violate the Brown Act by going off topic there.
I don't understand.
Okay. All right.
So I'm not allowed to talk about the
right. Let me
plan as a whole, yet the plan is the goal of...
No, you're not. So what I'm trying to say is, because I want to give you your full time, is that as long as you're not using this item to talk about other items, you have to stay specifically focused on this item on the agenda.
So Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can help with some guidance here. So to the extent the priority assigned in the agenda report to this particular item on the consent calendar, if the speaker wants to discuss how that relates to that priority system, that would be appropriate.
Okay, good. Thank you for that instruction, or Mr. Fisher. Go ahead. Ma'am?
Yeah, could I please get a reminder on how much time I have left, please?
You have, let's see, right now you have 2 minutes out of the 3. Go ahead and start. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So by only focusing on Objective D of Goal 1, the Council is therefore choosing to ignore the other 4 objectives. So that's just so you guys know that. It would not make sense for the Council to approve a fund for the communications department, because if you look on the Oxnard PD call logs, you can clearly see how the top calls were for disturbances involving homeless people. Goal 1, Objective D, only focuses on dealing with the effects while doing nothing about figuring out the cause of the issue. If maybe instead of focusing on Objective D, focus on Goal 1 as a whole. If you look closely, it states that these efforts are to address underlying issues. If you just Google systemic racism, it will tell you the underlying issues, one of them being the continuous defunding of social programs and the continuous funding of oppressive and coercive forces such as the police.
Excuse me. Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So it's unfortunate, but anyway, that had to happen at some point. Okay. That concludes the speakers. What's the desire of the council on this item?
Move to approve.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez, and do we have a second?
Second, Carmen.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello.
I'm sorry, it was muted. I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
The motion to approve carries 7-0.
Okay, and Madam City Clerk, that was on all items except 3, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we'll go to reports. This is on page 5 of the agenda. And, excuse me, the first item under the City Manager's Department, adopt a resolution to place a transactions and use sales tax measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. Oxnard 9/11 safety, medical response, financial recovery, and accountability measure, a local 1.5 cent sales tax to collect funds to be used only for Oxnard. Recommendation that the City Council considers adopting a resolution to place a transactions and use, otherwise known as sales tax measure, on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. Oxnard 9/11 safety, medical response, financial recovery, and accountability measure, a local 1.5 cent sales tax to collect funds to be used only for Oxnard. Mr. City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make a few introductory comments before I get into the presentation. Just happens to be that today marks exactly 2 years since I've started serving as your city manager, and which means tomorrow is day 1 of my 3rd year. In the 2 years that I've been here, we've had to bring many very difficult decisions for the council to make in our efforts to make improvements across the board for this organization. But tonight is arguably the most important council meeting in my 2 years here. Now, I was hired to help turn the city around and to make Oxnard a better city. And as your city manager, I need to tell you that the sales tax measure that I'm recommending and asking for you to consider putting on the November ballot is absolutely necessary for the sake of Oxnard's future. And I would have asked for this even without the pandemic and the recession, because our fiscal problems in this organization and in the city preceded the pandemic and the recession, which has only made things much worse. Now, if tonight we should decide to place the measure on the ballot, and then later in November, if the voters should approve it, it will indeed ensure the financial viability of this city for generations to come. And then one other note is that we actually have a couple of language cleanups for tonight. So at the end of my presentation, I will also ask the city attorney's office to walk us through a couple of those changes. Okay, so here we go. You've already read what the request is. Again, just to put it into very simple words, I'm asking the council to approve putting a measure on the November ballot to have a local sales tax increase of 1.5 penny. So over the last year, I and members of our team went out into the community. We attended nearly 30 neighborhood council meetings. That also includes the presentations to the Rotary Clubs, to the Chamber of Commerce, to the Oxnard Young Professionals, the Good Club, as well as the INCO. And after having been here for more than a year and having learned the actual circumstances of the organization and listening to the various complaints, wishes, and critiques from across the community, it really boiled down to this one question that I started every meeting with, which is, do we all want things to improve or not? And invariably, the overwhelming majority of the people, the answer was an obvious yes. And my first response to this question is, in that case, then some things have to change. So, and if nothing changes, we get what we get, and frankly, it will only get worse. Now, these are only a few images from across the city. We get various images sent in, photos sent in from our residents and businesses all the time. I received some as recently as yesterday. We are very, on staff, we are very aware of the poor condition of various areas around the city. On staff, we don't like this. We're not proud of this. We do the best that we can given the resources that we have. But we are keenly aware of the various poor conditions across the city. Now, this is, you'll see a few slides tonight that you've seen during the budget hearings, but this is really important to remind people that this is how local government works. We are funded primarily through taxation, and here are the various categories of the taxes we receive. Now, I'll break down a couple of the main categories later, sales tax and property tax. But I want to remind everyone that this is how government works in this country, is through taxation. We are a public entity. We are not part of the private sector. We do not have a profit as our main motive. So very quickly, how much of the sales tax goes to cities in California? And you can see there, it's called out. Out of every sales tax dollar, we get 7.75%, right? So the base is 1%, and then the temporary measure O is a half. The rest of it, of the sales tax funds, as you can see, goes to the state and the county. So as an example, under the current tax structure here, for a $20 transaction, we do receive 30 cents out of the $1.55 sales tax. Now, if the council, after consideration, will place this on the ballot, and if the voters approve it in November, then the same scenario would mean Oxnard would get to keep 60 cents of the sales tax instead of 30 cents. Now, property tax. We receive a lot of communications about the amount of property taxes that property owners pay each year. And again, very many people don't realize that for every dollar of property tax that you pay, the bulk of it goes away to the state and the county. We get 17.6% of every property tax dollar that people pay each year. There's also discussion about the rest of the funds that the city gets, and this is a reminder that those funds are all restricted. So whether it's utilities, the grants, special taxes like the gas tax, our special assessment districts, or the bond proceeds that we have, those are not general fund dollars, and they are not discretionary dollars. They can only be used in those same categories. Now, the budget forecast that we have, and this is the forecast as of June 22nd. Now, you can see, I'm going to highlight the two yellow rows here, that the way our forecast is set, we are looking at deficits in the budget that we just proposed, and that was passed recently. But if you look out into the future years, we have multi-million-dollar deficits forecast, right, leading up to double-digit millions in the fiscal years 23 through 25. So this is simply unsustainable and untenable for us. And it also, well, our reserves, frankly, will be depleted pretty much by the end of this year. So we have nowhere left in our reserves to dip into. That's just done. And also, given the cuts we've had year after year, much of the one-time types of cuts we can make, we've made. So if we have to address these deficits in the oncoming years, we're going to have to actually eliminate entire programs and staff permanently. So similar to, with Measure O is fully encumbered, and also looking at deficits going forward. And the story with this is, of course, what it means is either you're going to cut some of the expenses or it has to be reabsorbed by the general fund. Now, the good news is we've already started the process to wean this organization off of Measure O, realizing that it expires in the spring of 2029. So administratively, and we've already taken this philosophy to the Measure O committee and once to the council about the need to begin to wean off of Measure O. We actually started that process prior to the pandemic and the recession. Like everything else, the recession only accelerates our efforts. Again, year-over-year budget cuts. This organization is lean. We are lean. I challenge anyone to scour through our budget and tell me where we have fat. This is the situation that we're in. So the consequences, again, they're very obvious, but it's important for me to go through them. Overgrown medians, not being able to keep up with street paving, not being able to maintain our parks at the conditions that we want. A couple of examples there. Our landscaping in the medians now is reduced to once a year rather than once a month. Our streets are even at the current level, which is not great. We need over $13 million a year, and we're budgeted for only 11.5. And in our parks, we're only able to get to the mowing once a month rather than weekly. And we've also had to reduce our watering to save money on water. We recently, a year ago, had to close the Carnegie Museum temporarily. Over the years, we've had to reduce funding to library, the PAL program, City Corps, other youth and programming and sports, as well as senior services, over $5 million in reductions since 2015. Now, the responsibility we have, I'm not sure very many people understand the magnitude. We have more than 1,000 miles of lanes of streets. So if you're only measuring linearly, it's 453 miles of streets, but when you count in all the lanes, it's over 1,000 miles. It's a lot of roadway to maintain each year. And sidewalks, right? Our sidewalks, we have 650 miles of sidewalks. And we have 70 miles of alleys. And alleys are a special challenge for us because we're not able to expend any of the gas tax money to help maintain our alleys. So that's almost like a secondary road system that we are totally on our own to take care of. With the street condition, again, to stay, we're at a pavement condition index of 63. Our goal is 70. And we just can't afford it, and we can barely afford to keep it at 63. We're actually underfunded for 63. So if we want to reach the goal of 70, we actually need $18 million a year at least. And there's a variable cost in there that we cannot control year to year, which is the actual pavement itself. We have, everyone has concerns about the trees in their neighborhoods or near their businesses, but in all, we have approximately 56,000 trees across the city. And we don't have enough funds to keep them on a proper pruning cycle and maintenance cycle. We're actually, at the rate we're at with the resources, we're on a 35-year tree trimming cycle, right? And then we also have to do the spot check in terms of when we get notice that there's a tree that is sick or unhealthy, that there's a limb crack and hanging, looks like it's going to fall off. So there's that sort of triaging we have to do every day as well. But in terms of the regular cycle, we're on a 35-year cycle. And ideally, according to our arborists, we really should be with this number of trees well, first of all, we should be on a 10-year cycle, which would be proper. And with our number of trees, that would put us at just about $900,000 a year. So again, trees are assets, but they also have a life expectancy, and they require maintenance just like roads and sewers and everything else. And it's not just the pruning, but there's, in the big picture, you also have to plan for a tree replacement program, right? That's, again, not all of the trees we have in the city are going to live for hundreds of years. Many of the trees have a shorter life expectancy. So it's not just the trimming, but it's also having a robust program for proper tree replacement, which we don't have. Then we have the additional burdens of the statewide crisis bearing down on us. And I've talked about this a lot, but there's the housing crisis, and then there's the homeless crisis. And we have to address these issues whether we like it or not. And in addition to these crises, we have, in addition, the pandemic and the recession and the Black Lives Matter movement sweeping the nation right now. So there's a lot going on that we have to deal with. But underlying all of these is and was the city's financial crisis all along. So we just have to address this at a time when it seems utterly counterintuitive to be asking for a sales tax increase. Other resources we don't have in terms of actually intervening and attacking proactively the homeless crisis. We just don't have the funding, and I think people have heard my frustration about the lack of resources coming to us directly from the state when we are now forced to provide the services that traditionally was the purview of the state. Our police department, I understand the calls right now to defund police, but there's a smart way to approach how we improve policing, and it doesn't start with the notion of defunding. It starts with where are we at in this community, in the Oxnard community, where is our department at, and what improvements are in front of us that we can take and need to take. But if you look at the consequence of the cuts, even with policing, you can see on the right hand there all the positions that have been lost, and some of these are extremely important positions. But again, as our resources dwindle, our services dwindle, and it's also significant that we've reassigned our community/neighborhood policing officers back to patrol, again, because of a lack of funds. But in essence, one of the most proven methods to improve police-community relations is through neighborhood police, neighborhood problem-solving officers. So that's something that we've also lost. And as a result, our department's resources are stretched very, very thin, right? We've worked to improve our response times. We've been, like it or not, like every other city, dragged into a lot of responding to calls regarding homeless, which is, while understandable, is really not the most ideal response in many of the homeless situations. So we are running lean across the city, including with our police department. Fire, similar, right? So we have Over 75% of our calls are related to medical emergencies. We're averaging 6 minutes of response. Ideally, we would like to hit 4 minutes of response time. In a serious medical emergency, it sounds like a cliche, but it's medically accurate that every second and every minute counts. So to keep all of this up and to actually improve the way our fire department and our police department want to improve, we need to have adequate firefighters. We need to have adequate paramedics, and our stations have to be fully functional. And we're making some progress with those. Our engines have to perform, and we have to have proper updated equipment, including communications technology. And on this example, as it relates to revenue, I want to share a quick comparison between a coastal California community that has a similar population as we do, which is Huntington Beach. So you can see their general fund, they have $90 million more each year than we do for their general fund. And as one result of that, they have able to have 45 more firefighters than we do to serve the same population. And their fire department budget is $29 million more than ours. Now, we serve 55,000 homes and apartment units. We serve 44,000 other structures as well as 71 schools, just an example. So there's a clear comparison there, as close as we can get in terms of apples to apples with, again, another coastal community with a very similar population. Now, you've all seen this several times, but it does remind us all of the big picture. We were making slow and steady progress in this organization. Then this pandemic and recession really knocked us back deeper in the hole. So we have much more work to do now with the recovery, and it's going to take us more time and effort to climb back up to the hole. But the key thing is this, and I said earlier, I was prepared to make this recommendation even prior to the pandemic and the recession. So I want to make it clear, I am not blaming the pandemic and the recession on the condition that Oxnard was in. But it's also clear that this pandemic and recession is going to make our lives miserable as an organization and as a community, because the recovery is going to be excruciating. So our goal was never just to climb out of the hole and then stay flat. We need to make progress so that we can restore all that's been lost and also improve on all the things that the community wants us to improve on. And again, the reminder about our reserve policy, right? We went from 18% down to 12 as a matter of policy, and the CFO and I are comfortable with 12, but now we just came down to 6.5%, and by the end of the next fiscal year, which we actually just started on July 1, we'll be down to 2.2%, and we are extremely uncomfortable. As I've stated, that is extremely thin ice, way too thin for an organization of this size. Now, people in having conversations and fielding questions and comments about this proposal, people naturally want to know, have we done everything we could short of asking the public to approve a sales tax increase? And I want to say unequivocally that yes, we have. We've made tremendous progress in the past few years. We've improved our processes for economic development. We've pursued projects. Again, with economic investment, the recession is going to halt many of our efforts, and that's not on us. It's not on anyone. This pandemic was unforeseen. Now, how it's being responded to is a whole different story, but I won't get into that on this item. So the good news is the cannabis policy is basically complete, and we are moving ahead with that. And then the Sakioka Farms, that large project is still very, very much in progress, and we look forward to concluding that this summer. So we are making progress. The billboards are still on track. We'll wait to see when the applications come through the Planning Commission, what the Planning Commission will recommend to the City Council. In terms of the issue of trust, I've received many comments about the city hasn't managed its money well. How can we trust the city? So I want to point out that what's happened in the past happened. I've been here for 2 years now, and while I studied many of those mistakes, and we all need to learn from them, I can't go back there and change some of the things that have happened. All I can do is keep a hawk's eye on the present and the future to make sure that those mistakes aren't repeated, that we practice the best practices in the relative fields that we are responsible for, and that we hold ourselves accountable for what we do today and tomorrow and in the near future. And to that end, we have actually made significant progress in terms of how we manage our funds here. So a couple of highlights. We have improved financial transparency. We have a new portal on the city's website now that you can see, and there's a button there at the city's home site, all of the funds that come through the city, and you can view it in various formats and various ways. You know, if you are more comfortable looking at pie charts versus bar graphs, you can change how you view it, and you can see basically everything. Our recent audit this year, again, this is significant progress. It's the first audit since 2014 where there was not a single new finding of a material weakness. So that's tremendous progress in terms of how we are managing our tax dollars here in Oxnard. As a result of that progress, Standard & Poor's actually revised their outlook for the city of Oxnard from stable to positive, and affirming that our existing A issuer credit rating is in place. Now, it's important to take note that they pay attention to everything that's happening in this organization, not just to the finances alone. So they issued that improvement, and I recall it was about a 9-page memo, and they talked in there as much about management and stability with the city council as they did about the actual finances. And the city's independent auditors gave us the same similar commentary about the fact that they believe after all these years and after all the material weakness findings that they had found in prior years, that they believe and have confidence that we are on the right track with all of our improvements. And as a result of that, we were also able to refinance our gas tax bonds, which had, I believe, an 18-year life left on them, and it's saving us $400,000 a year. And continuing with some of the progress that we've made relative to decisions in the past that didn't pan out so well, we've corrected certain things. The council ended the subsidy at the golf course. And the council also, even though I know it was a difficult decision and required a series of difficult meetings, the council also ended the subsidy at the Performing Arts Center. We were able to have Measure B approved by the voters, improving government accountability and ethics. We finally made a decision after 3 decades to update the city's primary finance and other business processes software program. We worked very hard to streamline our permitting process, and that's already yielding great outcomes. So we've made tremendous progress. And so all I can say is, in terms of this issue of trust, again, I understand the frustration over what's happened, but I ask that the public judge us on what we're doing now and where we're headed. as an organization, we have to continue to improve ourselves, but as importantly, we have to continue to operate. As I've said before, we can't just take a time out. There's no suspending the city government season. We have to keep moving forward. So we've also, in the last 2 years, made other efforts towards improving government governance and accountability. And the one thing I want to stress, I've talked about the financial portal and Measure B, but the other thing I really want to stress is that this council passed the Sunshine Ordinance 2 years ago. And because of that, everyone in the public has so much more time to review all the information about important decisions that the City Council is going to make. Prior to the Sunshine Ordinance, the public only had 72 hours to review any information about decisions the council was going to make on a Tuesday night. Thanks to the council passing the Sunshine Ordinance, the public now has 4 times that amount of time. The public now has 12 days to review information. So we've made progress. Now, so back to the sales tax. Again, of the sales tax dollar, what we get there is highlighted there in terms of the local revenue. There's those 2 snippets there that stay here in Oxnard. As you can see, the state and the county get the bulk, not only of our property tax dollars, but also of our sales tax dollars. Now here is the legal range for the sales tax for everyone in the state of California. So I want to spend a minute here. The minimum across the state for every city is 7 1/4, and the maximum is 10 1/4. So, and you can see the approximate breakdown there of cities in the various ranges. Now, 180 cities or so cities are still at the base, and that actually at the minimum, and that actually includes Oxnard. Our base sales tax is 7 1/4, and Measure O gives us another half a penny, and so it's a temporary. So we're at 7.75. So I'll talk about that later, but you can see, right? 130 or so cities have gone into the 8s. Same number have gone into the 9s, and about 30 cities are at the very top. Now, this is important, really, really important, because that's the range, and anything that an individual city adds to the base, adds to the 7 1/4, this city gets to keep. It does not go to the state or the county. Now, the thing that has me equally worried is that if we don't do what many of the other cities have done, if we don't start to occupy that space, it is very possible that the state can crowd us out of that space, us meaning all the cities at the bottom, right? Because there's been discussion for several years at the state level about perhaps implementing a business-to-business sales tax. And then the debate has evolved into, well, where would the state place that? Now, my estimation is they're not going to want to increase the maximum. And so my concern is they'll crowd out whatever space is left below the maximum in between the 7 1/4 and the 10 1/4. And if that should happen, because it is entirely possible, then we're going to be stuck towards the bottom, and we're not going to be able to improve and our local sales tax amounts, but as importantly, we will have no control over it. It could still be fulfilled, but it gets taken away from us. So what I am recommending would bring us temporarily, so the recommendation is to increase by 1.50 cents. So I'm going to go through this chart now. So again, the minimum at the bottom there is 7 1/4, and that is our base The next is 7.75, and that's where we are today, thanks to Measure O. So you can see that line. And as that expires in the spring of 2029, we go back to the bottom, to the base. So if the council should choose to place this on the ballot, and if the voters approve it in November, it would bring our sales tax to 9.25, and it would stay there during the remaining life of Measure O, and then it would go back down to 8.75. So by the spring of 2029, it will be the equivalent to a 1 penny increase from where we are today with Measure O. So I just want to make that clear. The recommendation would bring us to 9.25, which is still a penny below the maximum allowed by the state. That would be temporary, and as Measure O sunsets, it would bring us down right into the middle at 8.75. So in all of the community meetings that we attended and the various other presentations, and with our surveys that we did last year and this year, we wanted to make sure that we were in alignment with the priorities communicated to us from the community. And as you can see, these are the main categories. But in addition to these, I think these are more than obvious, because everyone is keenly aware of our deficiencies in all of these areas. And this pandemic and recession has also revealed and exposed even more of our weaknesses. So in the end, I'm requesting that the City Council consider placing this measure on the November ballot, so that the voters of Oxnard can choose if it is worth making this investment for the city that we all work and live in. And again, we do have a couple of technical language cleanups, so I will have the City Attorney's Office review those real quick, and then Mr. Mayor and the Council will turn it back over to you after that. Thank you.
If you could leave up that slide, that would be great. Late last night, the city received a demand letter from Aaron Starr regarding our ballot measure. Staff's had a chance to look at that, and we've made some minor non-substantive changes. First, we've updated the ballot question in a format as demanded by Mr. Starr, but the important thing to remember is we change no words. It literally is a reordering of the words that have been in the ballot question for the last 12 days. While our original format has been used by hundreds of cities and counties numerous times, we believed it was prudent to remove this technical argument by modifying the ballot question in a non-substantive manner. Mr. Starr made a second argument. He claimed that, and I'll quote him now, that our ballot argument was argumentative and creates prejudice for the mayor. We respectfully disagree with this argument because we believe it provides a true and impartial synopsis of the proposed tax measures and is compliant with the law. And then finally, as to the sales tax ordinance itself, you will note that non-substantive changes were made to the text of the ordinance to ensure compliance with the requirements of the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, which was formerly handled by the State Board of Equalization. While cities normally have their sales tax ordinances reviewed by the department before placing the ordinance on the agenda, that was not possible given the government shutdown, and these very minor changes ensure that the Department of Tax and Fee Administration will administer the sales tax if the council places on the ballot and then it is adopted by the voters. And once again, I want to emphasize that these minor changes were posted to the city's website. Mr. Starr was also provided a copy with these changes before the council meeting started this evening. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosella. And Mr. Mayor, we turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation, Mr. Nguyen, and also the explanation from the CEO, Mr. Riper. And now I'll go to the speaker list, and I'll be pulling that up here in 3 seconds. Let's see here. All right. So we do have a number of speakers. What I'm going to do now is just hopefully that lets the speakers know where they are in terms of the order. So I'm going to read the whole list. The very first speaker is Tom Cady, to be followed by Gabriel Teran, Debbie Mitchell, Lorraine Efris, Michael Murquillo, Lily Guerra, Dr. Ray Tejada, Lucy Cartagena, Ray Blatel, Diana Reyes, Elsie Lopez, Gregory Runyon, Larry Barberine. Those are the speakers on this item. So we're going to go ahead and call the very first speaker, Tom Cady, to be followed by Gabriel Teran, please.
Hey, Tom, you're live in the council meeting. It sounds like you've got your TV on in the background. Do you mind turning that down for me? And then, once you've got that, we've got 3 minutes to address the council. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, members of the council. This is Tom Cady, and I've lived in Oxnard for almost 50 years and retired after 30 years from the police department. In that time, almost every year, the city has had financial challenges, and you only have to look at the last 2 budget cycles to see the hard choices that are being made. In last year's budget, there were layoffs, program cuts, and some operations were continued through short-term funding. This year, the city has planned to spend down its reserves to a very dangerous level, cut back policing services to 2010 levels, and continue to defer even some of the most basic maintenance, which is apparent throughout the city. Probably the area that I'm most familiar with is public safety, and I want to emphasize that quality public safety is costly. For example, we live in a seismic zone, and our reserves at the level they're at would leave us hard-pressed to respond even to a moderate earthquake. Additionally, community policing and staff intensity requires investment. If that's what our neighborhoods want from their police department, then it has to be funded at a level to make it successful. I know in having worked with communities, once you make a commitment to them that you're going to address a problem, you need to follow through with it or you lose credibility. Additionally, if the community wants to improve police training, that is going to cost. It costs for overtime, it costs for the training programs, and so with the cuts to the police department budget, I don't think you can have emergency response and do all the things that folks want. Over the years, we've used law enforcement block grant funding and other funds to do things like start the Police Activity League in 1994, fund community partnerships through several weed and seed projects, improve how we address substance abuse and dealing with individuals suffering from mental illness through drug-free communities grant programs and crisis intervention programs. The grant funding that funded a number of these projects has gone away, and I would not suggest holding your breath in feeling like the federal government or other entities are going to put money back into those programs. So grant funding that oftentimes helped us start initiatives. When it ended, we lost the programs. So I'm not sure how to say this, but the bottom line is there's no free ride. We need to put forward to the public the policy considerations that are on the table and what they will cost and what they're willing to pay for or do without. Residents should get the chance to determine what level of service they want to have funded, and so I would urge the council to put it before the public and give them the chance to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Gabriel Teran, to be followed by Debbie Mitchell, please.
Hey, Gabe, you're live in the council meeting. We're on item K1, and you have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Flynn, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, and council members. My name is Gabriel Teran,
resident of the city of Oxnard and vice chair for the INCO and chair for Fremont South Neighborhood Council. And for this item tonight, I've done a lot of thinking about it, and there's so many different factors that play into this. But first and foremost, I think I want to take a page out of Councilmember Perillo's book, and he's always advocating for the residents to inform themselves. And I want to invite folks to go to the city's finance department page on the website, as was mentioned in the presentation, and look at the online financial tool. That's there for us to look at to see how the city's functioning. I ask you to look at the general fund, look at the expenditures versus revenues. It's right there in black and white what we're facing. Many ask where our taxes are going, and you could have seen in the presentation right now too that for every dollar in sales tax that is spent in this city, the city gets 1.5 pennies for every dollar. And so with the reductions from last year, I would say that right now we're getting exactly what we're paying for as far as taxes that we're putting into it. I know that's a very difficult thing for some people to hear, but that's where we are. I know if I was in this situation as an individual and I was able to get myself right with my expenditures and my revenues, I know that I could either keep things as is, I could increase my income, I could cut more costs, I could live off of loans, or I could declare bankruptcy. Obviously, those last few options are not great ones. So I need to figure out how to make more money or how to cut more areas. We can't cut anything else. And moving forward, now, if this moves forward tonight after the council and goes before the voters in November, I think the next conversation is very important. And that is around if this goes to the voters and they approve it, how will this look? And I'm hoping that everyone has a conversation, council members, staff, the community, about taking a really hard look at our culture and community services, our parks, our recreation programs, and really having those be a priority part of our conversation. In the last 5 years, as the city manager mentioned in his presentation, $5 million has been cut from those programs. And unfortunately, in many cities, that's the quickest place to cut programming because obviously it's seen as non-essential or not core to the mission of the city. However, keep in mind that this is prevention programming for our youth in our community, and it serves our seniors as well. And I just want to point out that restoration of this prevention programming really should be a priority point of conversation. The Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration shows that prevention programming can affect just the school system alone. For every dollar spent in prevention, we save $18 down the line. I hope you'll take this into consideration as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Debbie Mitchell, to be followed by Lorraine Efris, please.
Hi, Debbie. You're live in the council meeting. We're on item K1, and you have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Thank you. Hi, virtual Oxnard City Council and Mayor. Debbie Mitchell, resident of Oxnard, Mandalay Bay, VP Channel Islands, Waterfront Homeowners Association. It is clearly my hope that the City Council adopts the resolution for the sales tax measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. It's not easy to ask people to choose to pay more in tax. The climate crisis makes this much more difficult. But from a historical perspective, many concerned Oxnard residents were aware of and questioned cost overruns, contract irregularities, and lack of transparency and accountability well over a decade ago. Problems grand enough to attract the FBI in 2010. In 2014, Mr. Nyhawk rode in like a maverick with a call for change. Some issues were brought to light, but most were left unaddressed and many undisclosed and undiscovered when he exited, followed by another staff shuffle. Our current city manager has been very straightforward about our fiscal realities. As a result, Oxnard's financial recovery efforts have been underway. But those realities, one of those is that the city of Oxnard has had a history of managing its budget in a paycheck-to-paycheck mode where the needs increasingly exceed earning potential.
Ms. Mitchell, I apologize. Your call is fading in and out, so we're not hearing entire sentences. Can you, I don't know if you're speaking right into the mouthpiece of the phone. Could you try that, please?
Is this better?
Yes.
Oh, so sorry. What should I do?
Do it
Can
again
I
fast.
start over?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, Debbie Mitchell, resident of Oxnard. It's my hope that the City Council adopts the resolution for the sales tax measure on November 3rd, 2020 ballot. It's not easy to ask people to choose to pay more in flush times. To ask in a time of crisis makes this much more difficult. From a historical perspective, many concerned Oxnard residents were aware of the lack of transparency and accountability. They questioned cost overruns, contract irregularities well over a decade ago. Problems grand enough to attract the FBI in 2010. In 2014, Mr. Nyhoff rode in like a maverick with a call for change. Many issues were brought to light, but most were left unaddressed and many undisclosed and undiscovered when he exited, followed by another staff shuffle. Our current city manager has been very straightforward about our fiscal realities. As a result, Oxnard's financial recovery efforts have been underway. But one of those realities is that the city of Oxnard has had a history of managing its budget in a paycheck-to-paycheck mode where the needs increasingly exceed earning potential, leaving us one crisis away from collapse. Boom! Welcome to 2020. The fiscal impact of the pandemic is unknown and the trickle down is incalculable, and the state may impose a tax we would not benefit from. The residents of Oxnard have risen to the occasion of this pandemic and the issues of 2020.
Mitchell, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Please approve this.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Lorraine Effris, to be followed by Michael Mercule, please.
Zero 5 4 4 4.
So should I move on?
Why don't we just try one more time on that one, if we could.
Mayor, I would hope that on this matter, that if people don't get a chance before it's all over, they get one more shot at the end of this.
Hi, Lorraine.
All right. Why don't we move on to Michael Mercule, please, to be followed by Lily Guerra, please.
Hi, Michael.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you're live in the council meeting. We're on item K1, and you have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Okay, am I ready to speak now?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Michael Mercurial. Oh.
I hear it all. I don't know if you others can hear. I don't hear a thing.
It looks like we
I don't hear
lost him
anything either.
somehow, so I guess I'll try again.
Okay, why don't we we'll do that. We don't want to set a precedent. Okay.
Hi, Michael.
Yes, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are. Please begin.
Can I? Okay. Good evening, City Council member. My name is Michael Mercurial, reside in Victoria State. Anyone attended the District 1 meeting last year at the Rivers Ridge Golf Course will remember the need at the time for a $10 million cut to our budget. The subsequent cuts to the fire department, police department, and especially the
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there seems to be an issue there with reception on his phone. Why don't we go to the next speaker, Lily Guerra, please, to be followed by Dr. Ray Tejada.
Hi, Lily.
Yes.
Hi, you're live in the council meeting. You've got 3 minutes to address the council on item K1. So please begin now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lily Guerra, and I'm calling to speak in support of the 1.5 cent sales tax resolution. I do choose to believe in the process that this council and the city management has made towards fair governance, accountability, transparency. And I want to have faith that the revenues generated by this tax will be appropriated in ways that best benefit our community as a whole. In perspective of our city budget pre-COVID versus post-COVID, in light of Measure O funds sunsetting in 2029, I cannot argue against the fact that this tax is a partial solution to a very real threat that our city faces and one that we must act on now to survive. I do hope that moving forward that, as other people have actually mentioned, I'm asking the council to consider a more holistic approach towards rebuilding a healthier and sustainable city. And by this, I mean that we provide for law enforcement funding alone, and it's not a working solution. And we must see that we make a very real connection that exists between accessible and robust cultural and community programs and the correlation between them and decreased juvenile delinquency, vagrancy, antisocial behaviors, and that those things contribute to generational crime and overall disenfranchisement and populations in certain neighborhoods. So parks and community services go hand in hand. Vibrant parks, diverse recreation offerings, youth enrichment programs, they're all absolutely vital social structures and they deserve to be fully funded. So I would put my support behind this tax in hopes that this is not a wasted opportunity. These are absolutely preventative measures in dealing with the problems that are facing our youngest citizens. So during this Park and Recreation month of July, I remind you, as our city manager did, that the $5 million funding was lost to the Cultural and Community Service Department alone, and closed museums, reduced libraries, hours, cuts to city core, PAL, senior and adaptive programs on top of unusable, underdeveloped parks. It's not a conducive plan that's viable in saving our cities from the inside out.
Please.
So I implore you to utilize this opportunity to place utmost importance on prioritizing funding for this department and its programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is Dr. Ray Tejada, to be followed by Lucy Cartagena, please.
Hello.
Hi, Ray. You're live in the council meeting. We're on item K1, and you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hello.
Hi. Do you hear me? Ray?
Hello. Am I on?
Ray, let me try to
Can
call
you
you
all hear
back.
me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, but the problem was he couldn't hear us.
Why don't we try back one more time?
There. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ray. Do you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes. I can
Okay.
hear you. Yes.
Good. Okay, so we're on
Okay.
K1, and you've got 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Happy summer to everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a little concerns about this particular tax ballot proposal. As I meet with my groups and my groups meet with me, we discuss a lot of times as to how our city is moving forward. And not so much that we see the data and the charts and everything that you all present, but it's the quality of life. It's that how do we connect to community? How is it that we talk to our citizens? In this case, many times we have gone this over and over again. It's almost like I'm
playing Monopoly and I pass go and there's another chance to get some money again. And I look back and how is it that we actually spent that money in the first place? And I look back to Measure O, which I was so excited about Measure O, and I don't think we had sufficient enough time to put a headlock on Measure O, and we've seen what Measure O kind of has turned into. But luckily that the south end of our city has got a facility in fire prevention and protection. So I'm not going to battle with that. Our city continues to grow. Our money doesn't keep up with the growth of our city. The pandemic put a blister on all of us. And so here we are trying to salvage all the different programs, the operations of the city. We can't blame our city manager because he really hasn't been here from the get-go, and he's trying to build a plan, and I support that. I'm big on accountability, transparency,
30
and I'm very considerate when I take money out of people's pockets. So I think let's give this a shot, and let's stay real close to this thing and see how we can make this thing happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by Ray Boitel, please.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello?
Hi. You're live in the council meeting again. We're on item K1. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Okay, good evening. My name is Lucy Cartagena, Oxnard citizen. So I'm listening to the proposed sales tax initiative, and I'm going to call bull on it. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to accept our city manager's challenge to see where we can cut the fat. So are you guys ready? Get your pen and paper ready. Let's start on page 6, where it says the local government is funded. We could have and should have already, and you've been there for 2 years, you keep reminding us, you should have been working on making Oxnard more of a tourism place. We used to have a cowboy camp here. You were here when the cowboy camp was here. You should have let us work something so that we could have generated revenue. Now we go to the other non-tax revenues. We should be doing more events. Instead of charging people $1,000 to get a temporary use permit to do an event in Oxnard, you should be working on what else can we do to generate revenue and not be charging people $1,000. And then it comes to the property tax. Oxnard is half homeowner, half renters, practically down the middle. There should be more homeowners so there can be property tax instead of a bunch of renters. That's something you should have took on as an initiative. You had 2 years. And then we're going to go to page 8, where we talk about how much property and how much cent and a half cent and all this and what people get and what the city of Oxnard actually gets. Well, the problem with the city of Oxnard is that our money is being double utilized. We pay the police one time and then we repay them again at our schools. So even though 56.3% goes to our schools, our general fund is still overpaying again. Makes no sense. And I understand the first speaker was very well rooted on why we need a fund and why we need this and why we need that. Nobody's arguing we need safety. What we're arguing is our tax dollars spent stupidly. Because even though we lost 13 low-level officers, we should be utilizing our money on how we can make more community policing. And even though we have to worry about calls coming in, which are really high, we need better services to be able to take those calls, not police
30
officers.
seconds.
We can't argue. So again, our Measure O was just use the slush fund. When you had all those perfect pictures of potholes and overgrown, at the end, your proposed tax does not match what you show. So unless you're going to do it, you better be honest with the people because we're tired of the lies.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Ray Blattell, to be followed by Diana Reyes, please.
Hi, Ray. You're live in the council meeting for item K1.
All right, thank you.
3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, city staff, congratulations on yet another very full, very colorful slideshow. The city is apparently very good at creative presentations and even better at depicting pictures of pending doom and despair in an attempt to get what they want. But I suppose that's necessary for good salesmanship. For example, your presentation includes pictures of potholes in the street, weeds in the medians, etc. Well, these very same things existed in this city years before the pandemic was a household word. You blame this on years and years of budget cuts. I blame it on misdirected spending and mismanagement of money that you already have. Tonight you said that you ended subsidies to the golf course. According to the data I just received via the Public Records Act request, this is not quite true. As of March of this year, the city has provided more money to the golf course than it is getting back. Is this not a subsidy? And is it only going to get worse? I'm personally tired of hearing how local government is funded and how much or how little the city receives from various tax sources. We've heard this many times before. Enough already. It is what it is. Our concern now is what the city actually does with the money they do get. A very recent newspaper article cited about 30 people were let go last year to help balance the budget. Well, what you neglected to tell the newspaper reporter was that for the first 7 months of this year, the city actually hired 56 new employees. I know this also from a Public Records Act request. I don't know how many more were hired after January, but I bet there were more. As you can see, again, you choose to only present data which supports your case, but not the entire data set. Speaking of data, you say that there are 290 cities in California which have sales tax rates greater than Oxnard's current rate. You seem to think somehow that this is valid rationale to increase our rates. Well, this same data from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration shows that exactly 434 cities in California have tax rates less than our current rate. So is this 434 quantity stronger rationale to leave it as it is now? Again, all the data is there, but you choose to cherry pick and display only the data that you want people to see. Via another Public Records Act request last month, I asked how many employees does the city of Oxnard have expressed in FTEs and the total base or regular salary for all of these employees. To date, I have not received the data. I was told that the city has already gone to payroll with apparently no help. My last communication received was that the city was using a state controller's report, but felt it was not responsive to my request. You mean to tell me that the city does not immediately have this data at its fingertips? You don't know the exact number of people on the payroll, nor do you know the total sum of regular salaries, and now you want the taxpayer to give you more money? As I've stressed so many times before, the city is unable to control its spending. The revenue is not the problem. It's the unchecked spending. But you're correct, something has to change. So why don't you start with your spending habits? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Diana Reyes, to be followed by Elsie Lopez, please. Okay.
Hi, Diana.
Yes.
Hi. You're live in the city council meeting. We're on item K1. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Hi, I agree with the tax increase. I know that I agree that it should be on the ballot for us to vote. I know that if for every dollar, it's a penny and a half, I believe, of tax. I believe it needs to go on the ballot for people to vote on it. I strongly believe, as I read different forums where people complain about things, the infrastructure around the city. I still believe that we're the city that cares. I appreciate every city council member, everybody that works for the city, the city managers. I think everybody's doing a great job with everything that's going on with the pandemic. We generally care about each other, I think. And I think that raising the tax in the city with sustained programs and services, it'll help upkeep the streets, various buildings, the parks, the center dividers, the medians that everybody drives by, because we all are affected by these things. We want to see our city thrive. I think that it'll help fund important services and direct services where our community and our kids can hopefully benefit in the long run. Because we generally drive through the same roads, we require the same services, all of our students, our young people, we want to keep them here. So we have something for them to look forward to instead of seeing everything destroyed. And I think that's pretty much all I have to say. I want to thank everyone for doing the best that they can and for caring about each other. And I think that if we have this on the ballot, it'll benefit us as a community. And hopefully we can get to vote on it.
Thank you very much. And quickly here. All right. And the next speaker is Elsie Lopez.
Zero 581.
Okay, Gregory Runyon. To be followed by the last speaker is Larry Barbering.
I can only imagine.
Hi, Greg. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. We've got you live in the council meeting. We're on item K1. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please go ahead.
Sure, thanks. Hi, Mayor Flynn and Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and all the council. I was listening to the discussion and some of the people talking, and it's kind of a lively debate about the reason for the tax or not for the tax. But I think all of us kind of forget right now, you're not being asked to approve it. You're being asked to place it on the ballot. And I think it's important that the city manager takes the time to lay out the reasons that he has determined that this tax is necessary. But I also think it's important for everybody else to have a say as to why it's not necessary. And that lively debate leads to why it needs to be on the ballot. You know, the time we're in right now, people kind of forget we're a democracy, and we are supposed to be led through a ballot box and a process. The city council doesn't get to set what are the income tax rates. You don't get to decide to tax rich people 80% and let poor people not pay, or vice versa. That's not your role. But the role of a council is to provide the direction of how do we spend our money, what kind of money comes in. And I think that it is just very challenging for me to understand why any of us would think, especially with this pandemic and everything else that we've gone through, how we're going to get more services for less money. And I don't want to have to pay an extra penny and a half on a dollar, but I will gladly do it if it leads to more programs for our young people. I will gladly do it if it helps seniors have a better place to live. I will gladly do it if it helps homeless people find a better opportunity to get their lives back on track, I will gladly do it. If it helps someone like me come out of addiction and incarceration, and I will gladly do it if it helps our police department in handling crimes, but also in restructuring. So I think all of us have to realize in life, the only thing you're going to get for free is nothing. And if there comes a time where each of us and all of us has to realize our moral obligation as human beings to do the best that we can to provide. And not only should we be talking about a sales tax, but I know I just have a few seconds left. I think we also should be talking about what can we do to help make sure this sales tax is used properly by volunteering and figuring out what all can we do to really genuinely help those around us. So I just want to thank you for your consideration to put it on the ballot, and I look forward to a heated debate when it comes time for the final vote in November. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Larry Barberine, and to be followed by Lorraine Effers, please.
Hey, Larry. Hello.
Hello, this is Larry.
Hi. We're on item K1, and you've got 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Thank you, Clerk Michelle. Happy Independence Month to everybody. High taxes are bad for everybody, but this particularly, the sales tax, is a regressive tax, and most of you know what that means, but it will affect the poor folks more than others because they're daily items they buy. But even, for middle class and others, it's going to really hit big ticket items. If people are smart, they won't buy a car here in Oxnard with this higher sales tax. They'll buy it in Ventura or elsewhere where there might be a lower sales tax. This is combined, of course, where we have the property tax increase proposed for the pensions, and we really need pension reform. We need government to do it a little less here, and the public employees to pay into more of their own here instead of, again, hitting the taxpayer. We already have California, the highest taxes in the nation, with gas tax, sales tax, income tax, usually, first or second in the nation for highest taxes. And with that gas tax, for instance, the council approved that, and the people voted it in, that gas tax increase, but it's supposed to be used for roads, and the governor was going to put it into the general budget before the legislature stopped them. So there's always a chance with governments that it won't, they'll change their mind or where it will go. But even if it goes where it's supposed to, it's another high tax. We need to get the money where most of our tax money goes, federal and state level. We need to get that money back. We need to lobby more to get the money here, to have it stay at home in the first place. I understand all the good causes that it's for, of course, but the load on the taxpayer is a little much. So as a Republican, small r, former government, representative government, I think I urge you guys council to not put this on the ballot, just nix this proposal. If it does get on the ballot, I intend strongly to oppose the higher sales tax. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker, Lorraine Effers, please.
Hello.
Hi, Lorraine. You're live in the council meeting. We're on item K1, and you have 3 minutes.
So you were a 617. Okay.
So 3 minutes, beginning now.
Good evening, council, staff, and anybody else who tuned in. I want to emphasize what the next to the last speaker before me said, which is the council is being asked only to place this measure on the ballot. It is us, the voters, who are going to decide. And congratulations to Mr. Nguyen, who made it for 2 years. But from the day I met you 2 years ago, You told us that the painful treatment for our self-inflicted wounds was really going to hurt badly. And we did inflict the wounds on ourselves through mismanagement for many years. We were shocked at what we had to lose last year, but we managed to salvage a lot. By this past winter, things were looking up. We looked to retail cannabis. We figured a sales tax, which we knew was coming, would be a no-brainer. There was full employment, the economy was booming, and then this tiny little germ inflicted more death and destruction on us, weapons of war. Now, what was a no-brainer is bitter medicine. I gag on this medicine because all I can think about is what this is going to mean for the people who have lost their jobs, who still have to buy things for their household, those who are low-wage people. Nevertheless, I must support this because we can't allow our city to be 2% reserves. As somebody pointed out earlier, we live in a seismic zone. We are facing an emergency and see how the only way we're meeting it is by using reserves, so we can't be without them. We stand to lose youth programs. We stand to lose any semblance of the city not being a slum. I'm not happy about this. I don't like it. I think it's the worst solution, but right now it seems like the only solution. So I urge the council to put it on the ballot. We, the voters, are going to make the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers, Madam City Clerk. And what we'll do now is allow the city manager to respond to some of the speakers. Mr. City Manager, pension reform, ending subsidies to the golf course, the new 56 new positions. Let's see here, and I know you got a lot of them written down. Tourism with the Cowboys, and half renters and half homeowners. And then the last is the police resource officers, which have been eliminated in this budget. Could you respond, please?
Yes, let me do my best here. All right, so the new hires. By the way, I've had a few conversations with Mr. Blattel, both in person and via email, and we just fundamentally have a difference of opinion about how local government should function. But I want to address a couple of those specific points. So with regard to the new hires and what he's claiming, and I've had this debate with him, but what he's claiming is that on the one hand, we laid off and eliminated 32 positions in the last budget, which is now the year prior, but then we proceeded to hire 56 more people. And I tried my best to explain to him that we indeed laid off the 32 people and we indeed eliminated those positions. Now, what the new hires comprise of are primarily filling vacancies that are created when people leave us for a different job, when people retire, and in fact, unfortunately, we even had at least one where the person unfortunately passed away. So as an organization, we are constantly replenishing our personnel. Hopefully, it's often due to retirements. But in this organization, it's also due to people finding other opportunities, whether it's promotional or simply better working conditions. So that's what that is. So the hiring to replace vacancies in positions does not negate the fact that we laid off 32 people, which was not an easy thing to do, and eliminated those positions. I don't know how else to explain that. The point he made about the number of cities with the lowest tax bracket, I believe, given the number that he cited, I believe he's looking at the state database that includes all taxing districts, unincorporated areas, and various districts that were formed. But when you look at cities, actual cities, of which there are about 482 in California, then what we presented to you was actually accurate. So we're not cherry-picking information here to make things rosy. I've been here for 2 years, and I've always presented the facts as bluntly as I can. And I understand that not everyone appreciates that. The comments about it being the sales tax being regressive, I understand those arguments, but I just want to remind everyone that for the sales tax, it is not charged on groceries nor prescription medication. And not only Oxnard residents pay sales tax. Anyone who commutes here to work and spends money here pays a sales tax, and certainly people who visit here pay sales tax. With regard to car sales, a couple points I need to make. One is the primary tax that goes back to the jurisdiction, it doesn't matter where you buy your car, it matters where you register your car. And that's actually a fair process that the state has set up. The question about pensions, yes, that is a major problem in this city, this state, in this country, and it's something that we have to continually try to get a better position on behalf of the city. But it's a long-term problem. It's had a few major fixes, but there's still more work to be done. So I don't disagree with that, but it is not in the time frame and the time arc that would ever help resolve our present and near future problems. Golf course. Again, we ended the operating subsidy there. There's certain expenditures there that we as the landlord continue to pay for. That's normal. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the same with the Performing Arts Center. The issue about the Dallas Cowboys training camp, I'm not sure exactly what the fine points of that comment was, but in terms of, I can just share with you this year, I had communication with the Cowboys organization, and on both sides, we were prepared to go forward. But at the NFL, the league suspended teams traveling for training camp, and that's why it didn't happen this year. We would hope that it can happen again next year, but again, we don't know what's happening with this pandemic. The comments about homeowners versus renters, and if we could get more people to be to be homeowners, that we'd get more property tax. So that's not accurate. Now, I want to parse that out. First of all, as a matter of policy, most communities strive to get people into first-time home buying scenarios. At the same time, for most cities, at least in California, it's a pretty common split, especially in cities of our size and any urban settings. It's a pretty common split in terms of homeowners and renters. However, all property owners pay property tax. So when you say that half the people are renters, it does not mean that the properties they live in do not pay property tax. 100% of the properties in any California city pays whatever its share is of the property tax. So it's not, who pays the property tax is separate from whether the property tax is paid or not. So renters don't pay property tax, they pay rent. Their landlords pay the property tax. So it's not as if only half of the properties here pay property tax, they all do. With regard to the school resources officers, there's a conversation to be had there. We started that at the last virtual town hall that we had related to racism and police brutality. But I want to remind everyone that the primary school district, due to their financial straits this year, they actually canceled that contract. So at this point, we only have those assignments with the high school districts. Now, the chief and I are open to having those conversations with the school districts. We're not going to make any decisions or any changes in a vacuum here on our own, right? Part of the reality is if the school district didn't want us there, we wouldn't be there. So there's more conversation necessary there. It's not something that we would just, have a knee-jerk reaction to and just cut. And I will end with those quick responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the responses. And now I don't have all the council members that have requested to speak on this item. So what I will do is I will call on those council members that did request to speak. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem, to be followed by Councilwoman Basua, please. Mayor Pro Tem, 3 minutes, please, for all of us.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get this in 3 minutes. I want to thank everybody for speaking out, and especially those who raised questions that we got some answers to from our city manager. Appreciate that. I want to thank our city staff and our leadership staff and our city manager for coming and working here and staying here under difficult circumstances. I know many people work for the city who decided it was just too much of a hassle. The money wasn't that good and they went elsewhere. So I really appreciate the people like Ms. Coughlin, who we honored earlier, who stuck with the city and provided her services, and just really appreciate that. Before I got on city council, before 2010, I really didn't have an understanding. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I thought I was pretty informed about a lot of things, but I didn't really understand city financing. And I think it would be helpful for people to understand what our restrictions are, where our revenue comes from, how we can spend it, when we can spend it. And for that reason, before I got on council, I opposed Measure O because it was not a specific tax. But I have to say, Measure O has saved our city from catastrophe. We had enough to keep fire engine from being browned out last year. We did have to lay off people. That was probably the most difficult meeting of my almost 10 years on council. Very painful. I was really looking forward and hope that we do not have to lay people off now. And as far as I know, it's not going to happen. We're hoping for more relief from the federal government, our tax dollars, but it doesn't look like it's coming. So what can we do? We had painful cuts, but we saved the majority of things we do. But now we're down to minimal reserves. We are expecting an earthquake. We are going to have issues where we need to spend money. And if we don't have any reserves, the people are going to suffer. Not the employees, but the people who live here, who need clean water, who need emergency services, who need our fire department and our police department to respond to problems. Last year, in the last few months, we found, we reviewed the need to expend money for a better financial system. We saw that we had payroll still being done on paper. This causes inefficiencies. We had to spend the money there. Many people say, hey, we pay taxes. Why don't we have nice looking parks, clean medians, and the cultural services? Well, we don't have enough money. People say, why does the North End look better than the South End? Those folks are paying more taxes. They're paying into Community Facilities District. So please, let's all try to get more informed about where we have to spend money. I've spent a lot of time in the last few weeks talking to people about parks and cultural services. And I do want to see them funded better, because I do believe, and have always said, that our library, our cultural services, our youth programs, and our senior services are part of not just the quality of life, but public safety. And I really would like to see those cuts restored. We're not going to be able to do it unless we can do this tax. I don't want to pay more taxes, but that is the cost of having a civilized government. We're not a business. We are not beholden to shareholders. We're beholden to the people who need the services. We do have some help for people who don't have the best safety net. That is something we should all take a look at. How are we spending our money federally and statewide? Are we protecting people? Why are cities so strangled with this kind of funding? We really need to take a good look at it. So I am going to support this tax. It's going on the ballot, as Pastor Runyon said and others said, for the people to decide. And I hope we can make a good case. Meanwhile, do what you can do, my fellow residents of Oxnard. Do what you can do to reduce costs. Pick up your trash. Don't vandalize things. Spay and neuter your pet. Be careful out there. Don't hurt each other. Wear your face coverings. Let's stay safe. I support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor Flynn. I don't think anyone is going to debate us that our city landscape maintenance, our parks, our medians, and our streets are not being maintained. And our grass is dry, and all this really impacts the quality of life that we are giving to our residents here in Oxnard. And of course, nobody likes any tax increases, but I don't see any other way where Oxnard is going to be sustainable if this does not pass. Again, this is just for us to go ahead and put it on the ballot and let the voters do their talking. But I do have a question for Mr. Nguyen. Mr. City Manager, if the voters approve this tax increase in November, when will we first be seeing the money come in? Is it in Q1, Q2 of next year? When do you anticipate the city of Oxnard will be seeing this money?
April of 2021.
Okay. Okay, so we would be able to budget the new, if it passes, the new increase for 2021, 2022 budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And those are all my questions. And just like Mayor Pro Tem, I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any additional comments from members of the city council. I'll just ask as a courtesy if there's anyone else that would like to make any comments.
Mayor, I would like to make a few comments if possible.
Yes, Council Member Lopez.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate all the information. I appreciate all the callers and the comments. This is certainly another tough decision as we decide to place this on the ballot for our residents, for our voters to act on, especially at a time when we're seeing unemployment rate that is higher than we would like at 14% in the county in a very uncertain time. But I do feel the need for us to find a balance in meeting the needs of our residents, meeting the needs of our city as a government. And when the time comes that if voters do pass this tax measure, the conversation following that will be much more critical to determine where we will invest and how we can invest in our youth, in our kids, and that is via bringing back the very needed services that our residents need. And at that time will be very critical for us to be thoughtful, to be strategic, and to really look at the big picture of where our revenue is at, where our funding is at, as an entire system, including our current budget. So I do just want to share those concerns that I do worry about our families who are financially challenged, especially during this time. But I do find the need to balance the need in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Thank you, Mayor, and my fellow council members. I thank all the members of the public on both sides of this argument. I'm greatly appreciative of the management bringing this from day one. The city manager and the team that he has brought in has been explaining the situation we have, and then we have this crisis with the pandemic. I believe this is an issue the voters of Oxnard have to decide. I am in support of this, and I will vote in favor of this. I like Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. I voted no on Measure O. And the reason I wanted a specific tax, Measure O ended up saving, and Mayor Pro Tem is correct, saving us in big ways. We had to borrow $16 million for $16 million that was missing or lost in the past city. People have not gotten over what happened in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a time machine. We can't go back and squeeze blood out of a turnip that's not there anymore. We have to move forward. And this appears to be the very best opportunity to bring our city up from what it is. Our city manager informed me, and I'm sure others have heard this on this council and members of the public. He is not a turtle, and he's not going to put his head in the sand. He was hired to give us what he needed. He was hired to give us what we needed to bring our city up to what a city of this size is supposed to provide the residents of the city. This is the option. I do not see another option. But the voters need to decide on this, and I will support. And if no other council member is going to talk, I do find it bizarre and an issue this strong that there would be a council member that would not talk. But if no others are talking, I would move to make this, to approve this, make this motion.
Okay, before we, okay, good. So we have, so I've basically now called on everyone, so I'll call on the last two before I make any comments. Councilman Madrigal, do you have any comments?
Well, real quickly, this is just to put it on the ballot and to answer Councilman Perello's comments. I'm not here to grandstand, and obviously this is needed. At the end of the day, there's no way around it. Anyone in or around the city, all you have to do is drive around anywhere in the city, and you'll see that, you know, we need the extra income. But then again, you know, that is not my decision. It'll be the decision of the voters. So all I could do is leave it up to the voters. So I'm good with that.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
I will echo Councilmember Madrigal's comments. The question is, do we put it on the ballot or not? My answer is yes. Let the voters decide.
Thank you very much. Just some concluding remarks, and I think they're important. The city of Oxnard has a revenue problem. We get 2/3 of our revenue from sales taxes and property taxes. I've made statements in the past that are based on some of these comparisons that the city manager showed tonight. It should be said, and it's fair to say that a city that the demographics of Oxnard are different than the demographics of Huntington Beach. The demographics of Oxnard are different from that of Ventura, and those two cities are on the high end of revenue. Even Huntington Beach, as an example, is very much on the high end of revenue, as is Ventura. But I have said consistently that given that what I just stated, that to receive the services that the public expects and the public deserves, we're about $50 million short every year to do that. And I've actually, because property taxes are double what sales taxes are, so property taxes are 60 million approximately, sales taxes are 30 million. I figure that we're about 40 million short in property taxes each year. And I've attributed that, I'm not a demographer, but I've attributed that to demographics and to what the census says, and that is that property taxes don't go up based on how many people reside in a home. And that's a good thing, at least for my family, because I was raised in a family of 6 children. My wife was raised in a family of 9 children. But we do have situations where we have multiple families living in one home, and that causes a revenue shortfall in property taxes. And sales taxes, I think the city manager was right when he said, look, groceries are not taxed. And other things are not taxed, but the medications, as an example. And so, you know, groceries are essentials, right? And so we get taxes, we get sales taxes from, in essence, people having disposable income left over after they've bought groceries. And we're behind. We're probably about 20 million behind in sales taxes. And so we should have a budget close to 200 million. Our budget's 140 million. That is the bottom line. It is important to talk about, the city manager didn't mention this, but he's actually led the effort to do this. I want to attribute, give him that thanks. We have to expand economic opportunities and earning potential for the residents of the city. And the city manager, in fact, has done that. And I've been working together with him on that, by identifying the needs of local employers and matching those needs with, future job creation. And, we found through that process that was started by the city manager that we have some huge gaps in the city, that there are employers in this city that would employ our people here in the city, but they're not able to because many of those individuals don't possess the skill set. And I've talked about rebuilding Oxnard, revitalizing Oxnard. And it's going to happen by investing in job training and in education, and also the elementary schools and the high schools, which, in many respects, they're trying. They're trying the best they can, and they have to balance a lot of things. But I really do hope that the focus is more and more on these higher paying jobs. So the bottom line is this: the higher the incomes of the residents, the higher the revenue will be for the city. And that should be a number one objective. And that leads me to the second comment here, and that is oversight on this, about this money. Oversight. And I'm not going to be around for oversight of this money. But I want to implore the council and ask the council this time, when you have an oversight committee that is looking at how the money is being spent, don't ask the oversight committee after the money's been spent or the decision has been made to spend the money if it was okay. It's not about dishonesty. It's not about, the committee saying, well, we think that you're dishonest, or, funds are being misappropriated. If we establish priorities, and the city manager has those priorities, they're listed on this report. We've done a survey of the public. We did a survey last time before Measure O happened. And the finance department came up with how to allocate Measure O money. Eventually, because of the shortages in this general fund, it disproportionately went to public safety, which is our number one priority. So I'm not going to fault that. I'm just going to say that if the public is also in this survey, they have ranked public safety at the very top of their goals and objectives. But what I find really interesting is that the public, one of the highest rankings was economic development. Economic development has been one of our lowest priorities in the city of Oxnard. It's just, that is a fact. Right now we invest in tourism, and there's money that we spend for that. We now have an economic development manager, and that manager has a project manager, and then that's overseen by Mr. Lambert. So we are making changes. But arguably we need to expand that. And the city manager is going to need the firepower to begin to, as he works with community colleges, hopefully I'm working with him, other council members are working with him, as we begin to work with other community colleges, local schools, etc. You need a large capacity to work through these economic development objectives. And I'll just end by saying that it ultimately is up to the public. If you're satisfied with the level of services you're receiving right now, then do not vote for the sales tax when you have an opportunity in November 3rd. If you're unsatisfied with the services that you're receiving, with the way the medians look, the parkways look, the homeless problem, all the things outlined by the city manager, then I would ask you to consider supporting it. And what we're doing tonight is simply giving the public the choice. And so that is my final comment. We do have a motion, and why don't we go ahead and, Madam City Clerk, the motion was made by Councilman Perello. It was seconded, I believe, by Councilmember Lopez.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
The motion to approve carries 7-0.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the second report of the three reports this evening. It's 9:05, so it looks like we're within our time, which is really positive. And now we'll do number 2, Community Development Department. The subject, adoption of a resolution amending implementation date of specific new and increased development impact fees for projects meeting specific criteria. Recommendation, that the City Council adopt a resolution amending the implementation date of specific new and increased development impact fees for projects meeting specific criteria. Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff Lambert, Community Development Director. I'll make the presentation on this agenda item. As the mayor said, it is a resolution amending the effective date for the recently approved development impact fees for specific projects meeting specific criteria. So just a little bit of background. Development impact fees, otherwise called DIFs, were really created by Assembly Bill 1600, the Mitigation Fee Act. That bill allows these fees to be created. They're one-time fees that are applied to development projects to mitigate their impacts. and they're intended to mitigate things like impacts on city buildings and equipment like police, fire, youth centers and libraries, impacts on new or expanded parks, impacts on traffic, like improvements for traffic signals, road widening, et cetera. Without the adequate fees, the city's facilities and infrastructure would not be able to be kept up with the pace of development, and they would be overwhelmed by the increased demand on those services and infrastructure. The City Council voted back in May to adopt these fees, 6-1 vote. That these fees, though, when the council took that action, they made some adjustments to the way the fees would roll out, basically a phased-in plan. So the council's decision then was all those fees that are being increased by greater than 50%. There would be a three-phased process for phasing in. The first 50% of that increase would be effective basically immediately or in the middle of July of this year. And then the second two portions, the second 25% and the third 25% would happen, one in July of 2021 and one in July of 2022. That happened in May at that time. We also noted in the staff report that there was a possibility that we might, the council could consider some sort of phased in for development projects that were in the middle of the process. We acknowledge that projects often can't really react quickly to changes in costs when they're well into the process. So we had an option in the staff report that projects that had received their planning approval and proceeded towards building permit might also be allowed to use the previous fees, not the new fees. And there were several council members that made comments to the effect that they thought that was a good idea, but in the reality, the motion was made that that wasn't specifically included in the motion, so it wasn't part of the action the council took that night. So we thought it would be important to bring an option back to the council tonight to address something that we thought the council believed in but didn't include in your action, and that would be that we would allow projects that had received a planning approval and proceeded towards construction within a limited time frame would also be have the old fees apply. A couple reasons for that. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. One is development projects make a lot of financial assumptions when they apply and start the process. And if significant changes to cost happen during the process, they aren't quite able to respond to that. And what I mean by that is usually by the time they get to approval, their cost of land has been determined because they've made an offer that's been accepted on the property, and that's locked in. They can't really be flexible when it comes to labor costs or supply costs. So they don't have a lot of options to find another place to find the savings when the city increases fees in the middle of the process. So we believed that this would be an option that the council might consider based on your comments back in May. We've noted in the staff report a few projects that we believe would be benefited by this change that have received the planning approval but not yet obtained a building permit. And some of those are noted here on the slide and in the staff report. There will be a financial impact to the city. Some of the assumptions made back in May on revenue generated by the new impact fees would be reduced because some of those revenues would come in at a lower amount if the old fees were applied. But we also want to remind the council that even if the new fees aren't paid for, these developments would still pay development impact fees just at the older or previous levels. So with that, the recommendation is that the City Council approve the amended resolution before you, implementing specific provisions for specific building development types to be not subject to the new fees adopted in May earlier this year. That concludes staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. And I will ask just for a quick clarification before we go around to the council members. So in this modification that has been made, it's an amended resolution. It allows for those projects that have obtained a planning entitlement approvals, and you have in parentheses, such as use permits, development design review permits, major modifications, etc., to continue to pay the previous DIFs, provided these projects progress towards the construction phase and obtain, I'm reading, and obtain a building permit within 12 months of the effective date. So that's an example. That's what you're at. That's the summary of this amended resolution. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's well said, the summary of what's before the council tonight.
Well, it's a well said summary because I didn't write it. You wrote it. Okay. All right. So I know that there are council members that would like to speak on this, but what I'd like to do very quickly, I know that there was only one remaining speaker on, I think, another, the other item. Let me take a look, and that was on K3. So we don't have speakers on this item. I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just very quickly, I think this is a fair thing to do, not to force people to change horses midstream, so I support it. That's all. Thank you.
Outstanding. Any other council comments? With no council comments, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Do we have a second, please?
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Lopez. The vote, please.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
The motion to approve carries 7-0.
Okay, outstanding. Now we'll go to the last report of the evening, and that's item 3 on page 5. The subject, Utility Rate Assistance Program, otherwise known as Project Assist Update. That the City Council, as a recommendation, 1, adopt a resolution for the Ratepayers Assistance Program, otherwise known as Project Assist, Year 4, in fiscal year 2020 to 2021 for utility bills to assist Oxnard low-income residents and authorize staff to grant financial relief equal to a constant $15 credit for the monthly utility service charged to customers who meet the eligibility requirements discussed in this staff report. Number 2, authorize the staff to direct up to $145,000 from penalty fees charged to current customers who pay their bills late to fund the Utility Rate Assistance Program in fiscal year 2020 to 2021. This did go to the Finance and Governance Committee and was approved 2-0. And it looks like the Public Works Director is giving the presentation. Is that correct?
Our staff is here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Duncan,
presentation, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Jay Duncan. I'm the call center manager in the Public Works Department. And we have before you tonight the Utility Rate Assistance, also known as Project Assist Update. I've also managed the program since its inception in July of 2017. The recommendation, again, is to adopt a resolution for the Ratepayers Assistance Program Year 4 in fiscal year 2020-2021 for utility bills to assist Oxnard low-income residents and authorize staff to grant financial relief equal to the constant $15 credit for the monthly utility services charged to customers who meet the eligibility requirements discussed in the staff report, and authorize staff to direct up to $145,000 from penalty fees charged to the current customers who pay their bills late and fund the Utility Rates Assistance Program in fiscal year 2021. And just to recap, sorry. I just went through that. Just to recap before I get into the Project Assist Year 3 update. In the spring of 2017, a citywide team formed made up of several departments and offices, including City Manager's Office, City Attorneys, Public Works, Office of Billing and Licensing, Finance, and they put together the components of this program. And I would like to take a moment to cover some of the Project Assist Year 3 updates that happen. In the top left, I think the one important point is for Year 3 is that we continue to have an annual application process. And the reason we do that is because participants' circumstances can change, and a number of them have actually not been eligible for the program in Year 2 or 3 because they've either gotten employment or no longer qualify with the eligibility requirements. So we continue to use that as a checks and balances, or a way to ensure the the integrity of the program. I might also mention that we were within 3% of our participation rate, year 3, 531 participants in the fiscal year we just concluded, and that was within 3% of the participation that we had in year 2. You know, demographically, it's a very cultural, diverse participation group that we're getting of participants that range from 18 to 101. We actually did have a caregiver come in year 2 for someone that was 101 years old that was on the program. I don't have confirmation if the person is on it for year 3, but it's a very interesting and diverse group. Obviously, the program changed in March. We went from monthly library signups, a focus on that, to strictly U.S. mail and electronic filing once the libraries were closed because of the pandemic. And that shifted the whole emphasis and ability to provide face-to-face interaction with residents. The high month in fourth quarter was 46 new participants in May of 2020, and that was spurred by a utility bill insert that we were able to put in. And also, folks that don't necessarily have computers or use smartphones, we were able to reach them with that insert, and combined with the impact of on the local economy with the COVID-19, we saw a surge. And we have currently almost 100 applicants pending council's decision tonight that are ready to be enrolled into the program. Okay. I think the one thing with the recommended amount of assistance, annual assistance, that I want to point out is it's approximately just under 16% of the annual penalty fees. The penalty fees, even with utility billing suspending in mid-March, the actual penalty fee process, are over $1 million. And over the last 8 fiscal years, approximately $918,000. So there are a lot of late fees, and the stability of funding a program like this. And remember, as council remembers, I come every year to give you an update on this, and this recommendation tonight is only for fiscal year 2021. So one of the things the Finance and Governance Committee asked me to follow up on, and the first one, the well was empty as far as California cities. I was not able to find any cities that are doing some type of special utility rate assistance due to COVID-19. However, in the 5 cities and staff that I was able to talk to in the cities listed here, the Ventura being the first one, because that's really the basis the citywide team in 2017 used to bring the penalty fee idea forward. They're still at the same amount of money of $50,000 annual, and that's about $10 per resident. And that's just for their water assistance program. Now we have 4 other cities that do it a different way. The city of Port Hueneme is interest rate revenue. And it's about 7.5% per month for the residents. As far as a discount, city of Camarillo is a voter-approved special assessment that goes back to 1997. So they've had the program for a while. The city of Davis is a roundup amount donation option on the utility bill. You can choose to do that. It's fairly convenient. They just have 250 households max. And right now they're at 101 households, so they have room to grow as well. And then finally, the city of Tracy, which is it's a full service city, so the utility rate assistance covers trash, sewer, and water. There's no cap on the amount of people or really the funding, and it comes out to about $26 a month. It's open-ended. So before we get to where what we learned in year 3 that worked, I want to walk through the application process because it's real quick. It's a one-page application. The most difficult thing that you have to put on the one-page application is the city utility bill account number. We have it in Spanish and English. And approximately 95% of our participants qualify for the second component that we require besides the application. They're members of the Edison and or the gas company care program. The third and final thing we require is you have to have a city utility bill for utility billing to credit the current $15 a month. So those are the 3 requirements that you have for the program. So it's fairly quick. I mean, it literally takes minutes to recertify, and we do require it every year, whether you get on it at the beginning of the fiscal year, halfway through, or towards the end. Where the project assist can improve in year 4. I want to say a little bit, and I made this point earlier, about recognizing our target audience does not necessarily use computers or smartphones. So pending council approval, we've already reserved the quarterly utility bill insert opportunities to promote and outreach the program. Recognizing we're trying to cut down on citywide waste. However, we realized in May that with the amount of U.S. mail applications that we received, that we don't have folks that necessarily use computers and are socially media savvy or really utilize that component. We need to clarify that the utility bill must have your name on it if you're the applicant, and also that you only have to apply one time per fiscal year. With multiple utility bill inserts running, we don't want to have the case of people applying it again and again and again because they see the insert. And then we're refining and looking at the city rate utility programs and the finance and governance presentation, going to the other cities and talking with them. That was a really good thing to get up to date to see where people were at. This is the look of the utility bill insert, the website, the city's website, the social media, and it's to project. This is the branded look that we've had now for 3 years and hopefully for year 4. Again, the financial impact, we're asking for year 4, a Project Assist program of $145,000 budgeted. And again, the penalty fees, the source is the penalty fees charged to current customers who pay their bills late. And with that, if there are any questions, I'm here, as well as several members of the original team that put together the program in 2017. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, for the presentation, and I will go to council members after we have the one speaker have an opportunity to speak, and her name is Lucy Cartagena, please.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello.
We're on item K3, and you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
I don't remember applying for item K3.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't remember applying for item K3.
Oh, okay.
Initiative.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, I do have a few council members that would like to speak, but I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, who this is one of her top public policy accomplishments, and it's been lasting and very beneficial. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, for saying that, and I appreciate that. I really I think it's a great program. It just shows that people in our community, especially about the smartphones, people really need more help. perhaps in other places because of who we are, and we need to embrace who we are. But I wanted to know if Mr. Duncan could tell us if we're noticing that people are late more with their bills utility bills during this pandemic. Just trying to get a picture of what's happening with our people. I can imagine, but if you have any details, I'd appreciate hearing more.
Right. The Assistant City Treasurer will address and answer that question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. During the pandemic time, we suspended the assessing of penalties and shutting off of water. So our customers are currently not worried about paying their bills late. So yes, we have seen an increase in the number of late accounts. We also saw the increase in the balance of each account that is being maintained by our current customers. In the past, we would issue about 300 past due notices daily, and currently we have about 700 past due notices being mailed every day. Before the COVID pandemic came, the past due balances of our customers would be around $150 to $200. Currently, the average past due amount is about $300 per account.
And we're not going to cut anybody's utilities off right now, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And next we'll go to, I believe it's Councilman Perillo.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, for the presentation. The city treasurer just mentioned, the assistant city treasurer just mentioned, we put out, and I want to just make sure I understood this, 300 past due notices daily?
Yes, that is correct. That is before the pandemic came.
Before the pandemic. And what are we putting out? If that was before the pandemic, what are we putting out now?
About 700 past due notices every day.
How many accounts do we have in the city of Oxnard for utilities?
About 44,000.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciated Mr. Duncan's presentation. I appreciated the information about how you qualify, but I think one thing that I think everybody that stayed up to watch this, Mr. Duncan, if you could run through the income levels, the number of people, and the income levels, because I think that is something that people would be interested in, because when we talk about people don't know how to use the computer or something, it may be that as they are tight, maybe they're not paying for the internet. Maybe they're, maybe, I don't know. But the income level, I think, is a pertinent thing that I wished it would have been in a PowerPoint. The only other question I have is the amount of money that we collect for late payments. Is there any use for that money in other areas of the city, or does it simply stay in that account? Does it roll to the general fund? Is it prioritized to use for some other thing in public works or treasurer or finance? Those are my questions. And I hope, Mr. Duncan, you will read out the numbers of people and the amount of money on page 242 of the slide presentation. And again, thank you for your presentation.
So just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perillo, you are interested in the income level to qualify for that's in the resolution that would qualify to be in the utility?
This one here, this is the exhibit, and on the back side, we have the amount of
Right.
money.
I'm on the same page, and I have it right here. So
again, the only reason I bring that to the attention is there would be people that may assume that all they need to do is get this, which is important, but this also comes into play.
Right. So the applicant does not have to turn in their tax returns at all. That's why we have the beauty of this program is the CARE program for Edison and the gas company does that for us.
It's an honor system to qualify for the gas company in Edison?
Right, they have to turn in their tax return, and it must be in conjunction with the table that you're citing, the total income for persons in your household that meet the following income guidelines. 1 to 2 people, not more than $32,040. 3 people, $40,320. 4 people, $48,600. 5 people, $56,880. 6, $65,160. 7 people, $73,460. And finally, 8 people or more, $81,780. So just to give people, to give the council and residents that are listening there tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And the money that is in the late payment account, what is is it even earning interest if we don't use the full amount for a particular thing?
I don't see the CFO, maybe the assistant city treasurer.
Let me jump in. I can't answer this, council member, because what I heard your question was essentially, with this particular bucket of money, do we have any other needs for it? Could we use it somewhere else? I think that was the essence of the question. Is that correct,
Yes,
sir? Okay.
Yes, and it's a large bucket of money, and it's a question that I think is begging to be asked and answered. And
Right. So let me,
I
I can provide a quick answer. So it seems to me like this is already established council policy. The council in prior years made this decision to utilize the late fees in this way. So it's established policy. Now, of course, going forward, council can always change or amend or update the policy. I just want to tell you at this amount and with the number of families in need, I would certainly not recommend changing that policy or utilizing this, what is it, $145,000?
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend using it anywhere in any other bucket of money.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, my question would be this. I'm looking here and I'm not finding it right off the bat. The amount of money that we collect per year in late fees, little between 1.01 million and 1.34 million. We use $145,000 of that. The rest of the money, it rolls over to the next year. So we have a fund that is built up with possibly several $1 million.
Your Assistant Public Works Director is approaching.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Council. That's the account balance, the $1 million. So basically, is the account that collected throughout all the 3 utilities, not just one. So that means solid waste, water, and wastewater. So 145 is committed to this program. The rest of them are unassigned. So each of the utilities are currently, or in the near future, are conducting rate study. In the near future, could be assigned to something else for it. So currently, it's not every year we get 1 million. It's the account balance.
Okay, so the example on page 237 is a little bit skewed. It's not $1 million and then next year another $1 million and we roll over 2 million minus 145 each of the 2 years?
No.
Okay.
Right, that is
All right.
not happening. It's just the balance.
Okay, and so the current balance that we have in the account is $1.01 million?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ng. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. I don't have any additional requests by the council to speak. With no additional requests, what's the pleasure of the council?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All right. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilman Perillo.
Councilwoman Busua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
The motion to approve carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. And with that item, this meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.